We are dropping into game 2 here shortly, and I'm pumped to see where this zone goes, because this is going to dictate where some of these teams drop.
I like the idea of just having like weeks and weeks of scrims, being like, yeah, this is what we're going to do, guys. This is what you can do. Day 1, group stage, you're like, nah, let's change it up. Let's be weird, and let's make everybody else panic. That's like what the Falcons are thinking.
Well, let's get into it, folks. Our second Havens Hollow map. Everybody flying in, ready to rock and roll. Quick look at the map, and whew, things have changed dramatically as we swing, yes, to the north, but this time to research. Half our first circle is out of bounds, folks. Look at G2. They have boat and lumber, both of them off rip. The entire south is G2, completely alone down there. It did look like the Falcons went back up to Mansion. But other than that, all teams trying to figure out how the heck do we get to research and when do we get to research.
Yeah, you got 5 teams just lingering around research, 3 teams inside Mansion. Alone on the left side is going to be Nemesis, having to make that long rotation from train station into the circle at some point. And while they do it, they're going to have to cross paths with JDG, which gave them an issue in the last time. And out the gates, for a lot of these drops, just trying to fight for position. We're starting off with AGAL in the barn. Yeah,
and this is where they traditionally land, Barn Chapel area, and so it's a big win this time to actually win against Fnatic and therefore not have to scramble about where to go and where to regain. They did a pretty good job of doing that for a little while and then get last. So a lot of eyes on this team, and it does look like we're down to 15 out of 16 already. We'll try to get a read on which team is already out of here. But if that's true, at least they're doing a little bit better than last time. We take a look at what's going on up at Mansion. It looks quiet just because this POI is big. The Falcons are here. Leviathan here as well, electing to abandon train station, immediately rotate up or land up here at Mansion and be able to play with NIP, who, like you mentioned, look at the scores on the right-hand side. NIP put up a banger map at 19 kills, so they picked up 2 in this one. As the Falcons playing low side after getting put in a little bit of a blender to kick things off.
Yeah, Leviathan are sitting in 3rd place on the leaderboard after game 1, so you can test NIP, maybe take some of their kills away. Like, that's not a bad game plan at all. It's still very early days. Why not change things up before it's too little, too late? So trying to find some positioning, find some space to coexist around the Mansion. Will be Leviathan actually getting walked up on by NIP. Yeah, do not want to meet this team the way that they played game 1.
That's just bad timing. He was reloading, turning a corner. Mistake or otherwise. That's a rough one. And we swing around the corner and get another one. NIP getting real mixy, feeling very comfortable in Mansion. They've been repping here for a while now, and they're trying to prove that it is theirs. Go play somewhere else. G2, like I said, they had the entire south side of the map to work with. They've moved all the way up from boat and lumber, and they're moving back up to central position. This is the same rotation they did last time, moving up towards Mansion. They played up at Barn, played through Barn, and unfortunately got pushed out of Barn. This time, they're going to play a little bit lower in Trainwreck, trying to prepare for some of these teams that are rotating in from the west.
It's an earlier rotation, too. I think because of that, they're getting that space, that positioning first, and they're actually going to beat JDG here. If they can win this battle versus JDG, that's going to be a big change from game 1.
Vidati on your screen after playing outside of Barn and getting pushed out by AGAL, looking for a few more kills on rotation. Nemesis having to swing in and getting deeply in trouble. This is the problem with a zone like this. If you rotate too late, you're just going to get hamstrung by 3 different teams. And the question is, which one can you win against, and how far can you push through the storm as we swing in from the gas and get up to AGAL, who's holding now from Barn. G2 are in a bit of trouble. We'll swing over to him. There they are. JDG yet again proving a problem in mid-map. They continue to win these weird engagements, knocking some teams out that aren't expecting the ferocity that Melvin & Co. come swinging through with.
Yeah, their rotations are just perfect right now, and they are proving to be an issue through mid-map. Cross Barn, you can see a lot of teams still active as we get getting into the closing portions of this second circle. Minute 24 left before we get into the third, and we get towards closing that resurgence pocket. So just trying to see who can find some space here as things are about to get weird around the barn. AGAL still getting walked up on by Nemesis, but they are gatekeeping them.
Nice pickup there from Showstopper. Trying to maintain some semblance of control over Mansion as it still stays inside of zone. We did see KGV, who are a bit of a blender. They did get full wiped there in 14th. Missing a few teams on the map. Falcon still here, NIP still here, Leviathan still here and still fighting. A moment for all of these teams to try to pick up a couple kills. Criminal God does get cut down. Anxiety's trying to find something in the regain here at Mansion. Yet again, in a blender, G2 getting pushed out of mid. going to Mansion and getting cut down immediately as well. G2, they did get a flyer up onto the map, but that's about it. Scythe way off in the distance now in deep trouble as Showstoppers continuing to hunt down G2 and will get it in time. G2 gone. A frustrating Havens Hollow for a team that traditionally puts up solid points.
I'm sure that's something that you're going to go back to the drawing board to figure out what the heck just happened with our Havens. Back-to-back bombs over towards Mansion. So moving around for day 2. Will that be a change up for G2? Looking over towards train station. We do have Gentlemates looking to move into the coal depot, actually, to see if they can play up against Godlike, who wanted to rotate away from Research to look for some positioning outside the circle and some safety nets. But Gentlemates are breathing down their necks, and they are looking to dominate the south side.
Yeah, I mean, this time, this is where they land, right? So this time they get to stay put for a while rather than rotating towards Mansion. The zone has pulled east as Ahsoka wins a nice one over the top. And then the Aussies back to the lobby as well. Still looking for our first multiplier here with one more. As all 3 members of the Falcons still up. Donkey on 6. So doing a better job this time to find kills. At least on 8 as a trio. And actually, I'll call it 7. Noobs with not a kill to his name yet. 1 for Soka, 6 for Dongi. So need one more to match last map. And then they got second. Plenty of room still to find some more kills on the map, especially still having to fight through NIP and Leviathan.
You actually got, we were hyping up JDG. They're starting to get contested by AGAL, who have just been sitting up in barns. So you look at JDG, who have been fantastic on this rotation through the streets in towards Research across this stream. AGAL are trying to prove to be an issue, and they're actually pinching them between 3 other trios. So if JDG, if this gets messy for you, you have potential to get third party. You got to be very careful with your next move.
Unfortunately, holders get held, man. They just rotated too late. They were trying to hold the western side of the map, picked up a couple kills in transition, but then were too late to move. Now they're getting held. Classic Warzone story to see if AGAL can find their way out of it. Certainly JDG continue to find kill after kill. It's actually a PA that cleans up 1 of this Leviathan roster, but they're striking back. Criminal God has found an angle. He's on 4. He's gonna try to push this fight, especially with Slappy down. Even though Dark's out, he could find that frag, doesn't get it. Gonna get actually a buyback on Dark, not wasting any time.
Yeah, it's going to be important for Leviathan as well as JDG to find some sort of positioning inside of Research. Criminal God's going to get picked off by the Precision, so that buyback does not make a difference. Still just 2 players left for Leviathan, but with players starting to move away from the Mansion and Barn, you just cannot be in this position right now for your Leviathan. You got to find some space in Research.
Let's do a quick listen in with the Falcons to see what's going on in their heads.
G2, fuck up. Eddie, keep watching the attic. You should try to zip up in the attic, Eddie. And just stare glitch it.
Go on. I haven't heard shit. There's a guy G2 side.
Yo, crossing out G2 here. That's showing them. That's show. Yeah.
We cracked him, 1 shot.
Okay, I'm gonna try to take space. Yeah, the team Mansion went to G2. At least a couple of them.
Small plat's free, small plat's free.
Shooting me from the train. We gotta cross again. The other kid in front is gonna shell us. Oh, I'm gonna try to cross again one more time.
The guy on your left. I cracked him on your left. 1 shot on the train. Knocked him.
I heard you. Stay there, Dong. Stay there, Dong. And the red train caught him in danger. Come, careful your right. Okay, I heard you.
Knocked on green ping.
I heard you. I'm trying to stay down. Yo, Ed, your small might be clear. Clear. I can't lie.
I think it is.
There's at least 2 G2. That's one of them. Nice. Another one right here at the red train car. I got one of them. He's almost cracked it. Cracked him in the red train car. Okay, I heard you. They could be under you, small, Eddie. Yeah, we're missing 1. There's 1 G2. We're missing.
What did we hear from the comms? A ton of intel pointing out where do we go, how do we get there, which teams are crossing, and which ones can we pick off in transition. Through all of those comms, they got a ton of intel and 2 kills to boot, and we can actually see they are the only team now on the north side outside of Research, so they're going to be outside looking in. Look at this zone pull. They're actually going to be in zone playing for multi now. The question is, can they pick up more kills?
You can choose whether or not to play towards the waterfall, play towards the back trains. You got a lot of people going to be walking in front of you with AG Global still trying to vie for some position over towards the top shack. They're going to walk right into Gentlemates, actually still fighting for the south side. This is something that they did back in game 1. They're doing it once again. FIFA kill brings it into a 2-on-2 for this battle.
FIFA kill in a great spot over the top and actually almost scams. Grom gets out in the open for a hair too long to get the buyback. And it would have been a loss to go for that buy and not stay alive. Can he get anything for it? FIFA get cut down by the Falcons though, and Grom trades Enkyo. Picks up the final on night. Down go AGAL with a little bit of help from the Falcons. The Gentlemates win an engagement that shouldn't have been very difficult. They're able to find their way out, and now they own the western side of the map. The Falcons, the north. Everybody else is dead center of research.
Yeah, both Gentlemates and Falcons have great position outside of research, and you imagine that the zone most likely is going to pull away from this building. So with Gentlemates on the ultimate height, they're going to be able to watch anybody who wants to leave this. But first, we're going to look at the Gentlemates.
Gentlemates selling one yet again to play out in the open. Falcons doing a great job to pick up these easy kills. Again, that's 3 different kills. Basically, can they get another one? Master 5K with a little bit of an assist there. Puts the Gentlemates down to 1. Out in the open. Proves difficult for the Gentlemates to find what piece of cover they need to stick behind. Getting shot from multiple angles. And now Hollow's going to wait out this next zone pull. And it goes outside of research, or at least mostly. The Falcons, yet again with a zone pull, find themselves into a power position, waiting on everybody else. And usually you would say, much like last map, this is a bit too slow for them for these points to matter, but they've found 4 or 5 now, just by people being too far out in the open and Dongy shooting straight. But look at research.
That's 7 trios still existing inside of research. And Falcons, their ultimate height is still going to be in that circle. So Gentlemates are looking for position inside the rankings, but no, they're going to get caught. Hollow's out. Gentlemates are out. No back-to-back for the Gentlemates. And now with the Falcons, all they got to do is wait to see what comes out from this research.
This is where Orchid lands. They play up near research. Been battling in a position here since the very beginning of the map. It's actually Leviathan getting full team wipes off screen. Volcom now on screen, getting traded out from the backside. Master 5K here as well, finding the angle on Volcom's back. Nice trade from a roster that has been deadly since Atlanta. We'll see what NIP can do, who also made a great rotation to the bottom side here of research. I'm going to trade out, actually. Looks like at least 1 player of Gamax.
And inside this final circle, you got Falcons, NIP, and Leviathan all rounding out that top 5 of this leaderboard still. So this would be a big game for if any of them can walk away with a win.
Good grief, look at this zone. Falcons actually lose 1 in transition. A great find over the top from Orchid. Again, they've had this height position on research that gives them a bunch of intel over the top. And actually just going to go for the kill. Swizzin full sends this. Picks up 1, should pick up 2, no problem. The third, though, Showstopper makes a big play on Swizzin. Orchid at least lose 1 with a very aggressive play. We say you got to play for kills, but look at the placements. You cannot fall at 6th here. You need the multiplier. And Sario's running straight into danger. Swizzin barely alive and barely breathing, but finding kills, he's still alive. As NIP also on 1 HP to Dream. Showstopper using all of his stims to stay up for a moment, and then finally goes down. JDG striking, and all of a sudden we went from 6 teams to 2, and the Falcons have their prey in their talents. The Falcons win game 2 after a 2nd place game 1.
That was a cluster of energy that went into that last final circle. You can't say that for the Falcons. They're chilling everybody down. But research was busy. And you had teams fighting for that win to see if they can get themselves through that top 3 into that #1 pole position, exiting Havens Hollow. JDG with the 2nd place finish. That is going to be big for them as they were sitting in 3rd place going into that 2nd game. And with Leviathan as well, looking to knock down Gentlemates, looking to knock down NIP. I can't wait to see what this does to our standings.
Yeah, that's gotta feel good if you're the Falcons. Play through Mansion, play up at a just diabolical research zone.
Free.
And then they get the pulls again. There's something about this Falcons team, man. They get the pulls every single time. Now, traditionally speaking, when we see the zone pull up towards research, you don't see a research building ending. It does usually pull out. And I mean, I have to say this. I'm going to get made fun of in the green room because I use this every broadcast. But the layer cake that is Research Center is truly the best way to describe what happened. You counted out 7 teams all stacked on top of each other, and I like the aggressiveness from some of these rosters to just full tilt, full sin, knowing they need the points, because they're just trying to get top 5. I mean, you need kills. Why not just full sin and see what happens?
You got to give a lot of respect to the teams that were able to make it into research. You had Leviathan there who dropped Mansion.
NIP.
They were scrambling to get some regain. You had NIP also dropping struggled to regain back over towards research, but they got it done. And JDG, who starts over by church pretty much in the Straits bowling alley, and they make it all the way across to research to make it into top 2. Like, that is tippy out of these teams to survive.
Well, listen in to the celebrations at the end of this one.
Good shit. Come on. Let's go. Come on.
Sportsbook. No huge celebrations because they knew they were going to win that one. I mean, they had it in the bag for a while. Last 3 zones even, especially when they picked up Gentlemates in transition. Golly. That's got to be a brutal one for the Gentlemates who desperately wanted to go back-to-back, but they still put up a couple kills. Everything was mostly fine. I think the biggest question mark is G2 coming out of Haven's Hollow, probably near bottom of the leaderboard. Wild to even say that out loud for a team that's been dominating on a map like this. We'll see whether they're able to swing back in their form in Rebirth Island.
You gotta chalk it up a little bit to that zone pull RNG as well. I mean, how unlucky is it that you drop Riverboat back to back and you're forced to rotate early into Mansion in both games? Like, that is not easy for anybody to do. And in game 2, like, you just look at the way that JDG is playing, you look at the way that AG Global are playing, and the way that they're able to command the middle of the map through Barn. Like, you are making a rotation there if you're G2 across some very strong slang, some very strong gatekeeping teams. So it's like, you're walking out of Havens, like, that was a tough game. I hope that they don't hang their heads low because it's a bad scenario. It's unlucky.
But yeah, especially when JDG's playing like this. JDG picked up 7th in Atlanta, but since then have been looking like they're in final form, including today. It's a good call. G2 did play from the south side of the map to the north, both maps. Technically speaking, Rebirth Island has actually been their best map for the course of the series. So they're actually, I believe, one of the top-ranked teams on Rebirth Island as well. And today, I would even venture to say there's a chance they could be free because they play up at Bio, and not a lot of teams are playing Bio these days. Well, with all of that in mind, though, so many fun conversations. There's a lot more we got to talk about. We're going to take a very quick look at some content as we get into Game 3 here shortly and take a look at Rebirth Island.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler Wine, you're done.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup 26. Miles and Enigma here. We're with the Gentlemates fans. Not a bad map.
No, not at all. A great map one, of course, for them. They've got to see their team take that map here in Paris, France. We knew that they would be under a lot of pressure, but when you're backed by a crowd like this, you feel that passion, you feel that blood run through your veins, and you're ready to step out and deliver, and they're doing exactly that.
Now, I want to ask a fan here, sir, what do you think the squad need to do to find the win?
Je pense qu'ils doivent se servir de l'énergie du public. Ils savent quoi faire, c'est le meilleur roster du monde et nous on sera là pour les soutenir et ils vont tout arracher.
Bonne chance, bonne chance. Did you get that?
Picked up about 4 words. I'm working on it. I'm getting a little bit better with the French. A word here and there, Thomas in particular, helps me out a little bit, but I'll be honest with you now, I'm a little bit lost.
The Duolingo is not helping. I mean, what do you think, though, of the match so far? Falcons obviously sitting up top there. A big 21.
Yeah, I think the second map in particular showed classic Falcons. They rotate out of action, take the north side of the zone, and walk in with the gas and lock everybody else out. It's what they do. They've been doing this for years, so for the closer for good reason. There is, of course, going to be great competition for them here, but while they look like that, we can expect them through to Sunday.
And he is my resident subject matter expert. I mean, as we saw in Group A, Group B here as well, it seems to be the top dogs on top so far. Are you expecting much of a change in the next few months?
No, I think that we are seeing those sides that were under pressure deal with that incredibly well. We have, of course, got your Falcons, your Twisted Minds up towards the top. I don't see that changing much, and to be fair, when you sit in this room and you feel the energy, Any team that was going to come into this an underdog going to feel a little bit more uncomfortable when these fans are doing incredible things to back their sides and not wanting you to do anything out there on the map.
A huge thank you to all the fans who have turned up here, and the noise you are making is something very, very special. We've still got plenty of games to play here on the first day of Warzone, but mate, any surprises? Anything that shocked you as a real resident Warzone player?
I think the Ninjas in Pajamas are just being incredibly bold and aggressive, getting at the Falcons and taking it to them. Fair play, we want to see it right now. Top teams on top.
We are ready to roll. Can we get one more, gentle mates? How are we feeling? Going in to the next map. It's back to the casters.
All right, Gentleman's so loud I can't hear myself think, and that's the way we want it here in France, folks. Paris has been a dream. Haven's Hollow, a dream for some, and a nightmare for others. You see teams like NIP on top of our leaderboard by a couple points over Falcons, with JD Gaming in third overall. Gentlemen still finding their way to top 5 with Leviathan. But I mean, we got godlike new icons down at the bottom of the leaderboard trying to turn things around going into Rebirth Island.
I think that we knew that a couple of these rosters coming out from regions that may be a little bit less practiced than, you know, NA and EU who've been at WRS for, you know, Birmingham and Atlanta. Like, it would be a little bit of talk. Godlike's a big surprise. You didn't get to see too much of Nate Dogg or Intex really kick off. They were just scrambling off the gates yet again back on Rebirth, or on Haven's Hollow. But now we go to Rebirth Island and we see if a lot of these teams can maybe bounce back after those first 2 maps. Maybe it was a little bit unlucky zone pulls. You guys struggled to get those rotations going. We talked about that with G2, and I think a lot of people will be looking at going into the second wave with a different mindset.
All right, biggest question in my mind is where the heck are the Falcons dropping? They usually drop Kim alone. Nobody likes to contest him, but did they change things up just to put everybody on their heels? Rebirth Island is here, folks. We've seen it 1,000 times, and likely we'll see it 1,000 more, but today, only twice. We get into the first map. Will G2 be alone up at Bio? Will the Gentlemates be alone in living quarters? And will the Falcons land right on top of the Gentlemates' head just to throw them off balance? Let's drop in to our first Rebirth Island map of Group B. It does look like the Falcons are returning to form up at Kim all alone.
Yeah, they're going to have Fnatic just below them in Harbor, and Orchid maybe giving them a look from top of Prison. G2 back to basics over at Bio. A lot of teams just kind of sitting down looking for their drop spots. The big thing's going to be Stronghold for me, because you look at Gentlemates who had a fantastic Haven's Hollow. They drop living quarters and they're already contesting Lev down low and strong.
And we'll swing over there when we get the chance, but of course we got to take a look at Control Center. It's hotly contested in both groups. And even in this one, Trick Empathy, we talked about Godlike, we talked about a team at the bottom of the leaderboard. Trick Empathy is one of an individual basis, one that usually is at the top. As an individual, has been a hero for this team, and a lot of folks have been chattering about what he could be able to do even with a different roster. Today, that roster's struggling on the chaos of Haven's Hollow. We take a look, though, at maybe what they could do from both. Here's a look at the factory side as we take a look at, looks like maybe VC could get active here and go play for somebody else. The problem is they're getting stabbed in the back just repeatedly by the Falcons who are bored. So do need to be careful about this factory play. When the Falcons get comfortable, they do swing up on JDG and win an engagement, a 3v1 with one more outside. JDG do need to stay alive if they can, and they're actually in deep trouble. They're up floating in the skies.
Yeah, he's just going to float his way on down, let everybody else research, just get back into the flow of things. JDG had a fantastic map 1 and map 2. Don't expect them to fall so early on Rebirth. All 16 teams still alive. Everybody's looking for their loadouts, and for VC, they're going to be primed and ready to go in the docks of Factory. Leviathan, who are out in Stronghold. Yeah, it went up against Mates. It looks like they're going to go up against Mates yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic, right? Gentlemates up in living quarters. Leviathan down in Stronghold. Striking first, Criminal God, the Fragger, coming up to get busy. Their anchor nice and safe in Stronghold with no one within a country mile. So let's send the rookie out to go make some big plays. Doing great today. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum. This is feeling a lot more like Birmingham for this roster and a lot less like Atlanta.
And that's what we want to see out of Criminal God, especially vying for that Rookie of the Year position. Gentlemates have actually backed all the way down, and you can see that we got a little bit of a push in from AGAL.
For Fun just got wiped, folks. For Fun getting conned at, I think it was Turbine still. Nothing changed for them, but they're losing the early engagement. A lot of eyes on For Fun to step up in a big way in a stronger lobby. So far, not the case. See if they can turn things around in the second map of Rebirth, as they are the first team out. Trick Empathy continuing to find some regainers on the outside of Boat. A couple kills here, a couple kills there, maybe all you need as the Aussies swim away.
Group B, not For Fun just yet. So again, we just kind of like look at Rebirth, and a lot of teams have actually been contesting each other on these rotations. I'm still looking at G2, we're looking for the bounce back, as they're going to go from the north side in towards Turbine. They've already backed AG Global away. Anxiety has been in the kill feed a lot. KGV, big kills up against Nemesis. Kazu playing into control.
Got a sniper on main, cracking plates, and that's about it. Smash Burger Dad 78 is a ridiculous tactic. All right, good luck here, Gooey. I can appreciate the plays. We'll swing back over to the Vicious, see what they're able to do here on the map. Quick look at the map feed, though. You can see where everybody's positioned. G2 was up at Bio. They've elected to rotate in. Looks like Anchor swinging through Industries, getting told that, hey, Turbine's free. Come rotate to us, or we'll hold it down for you while you make your way this direction. Big Man actually finding one in transition as well, so watch out for that G2 roster who desperately needs points. While still on main, the Vicious hunting down a couple solos. A couple of individuals. Fnatic maybe in trouble or causing it. Let's see. One, Resolve gets it, but gets traded out immediately. Great job there from the Vicious, playing together well here on Rebirth Island.
And Criminal God stays alive just enough for Leviathan to not get outed just yet. Predict trying to keep Solds alive here for VC. Solds just sitting inside the boat. Enough time to their teammates to bring themselves back into the map, but this has been a chaotic Rebirth Island so far, and everybody just crossing paths. Circle still very much central. Nothing really to look at in terms of where do you want to set up this positioning. A lot of teams going to be playing still through Prison for Control, for Factory, Living Quarters. Lots of positions still open. And I think we saw new icons get eliminated there, so we're down to 14 trios now.
Right now it's an anchor game. Everybody having their fraggers out on the map, try to go get some kills. Godlike in a bit of trouble up here at Boat. Nate Dogg gonna have to be a hero. Trick Empathy plates back up. We're trying to hunt down the last remaining members of this Gamax roster. Maybe a thorn in the side, but at least Godlike haven't had to leave the boat since the beginning of the map, and they found kills to boot. So, hey, keep challenging us is probably what they're saying. We need the points. We're able to all stay up, stabilize, take boat back, and wait for what this new zone offers. They don't really need to move if people keep coming this direction, so they're going to chill here. Look to see if we can swing out. There it is, to Stronghold to see what's going on. The Leviathan have their two fraggers up into the map. They've lost their lives a couple times, one floating back in, it looks like over the top of Living Quarters, but Amir can't really leave. He's in a very strong position if the zone didn't pull up towards Central, like Seymour said, so he's going to have to go for a dip, go for a swim, see if he can find his way up to safety. Unfortunately, there's a couple more folks in the water trying to do the same as per the usual here on Rebirth Island. So Amir, swim well, my friend, and Godspeed. I just wish you the best.
And when you're in Rebirth Island, when in doubt, swim it out. Leviathan still not eliminated as well. I mean, they still are holding on to their life.
You saw a quick glance up at HQ to see NIP holding down HQ for free. This time, NIP unconned at their usual drop spot at HQ. Have a nice power position. The big question is how many kills have they been able to pick up through the course of this map as Zedar continues to swim for his life. I know we love looking at these folks in the water with the pistol. Wow. I use this stat often. We've been talking about it in the green room. This pistol is the third ranked weapon on Rebirth Island because of this right here. It happens over and over and over again. The people go swimming thinking they can live a bit longer and their teammates can get back to the map, but unfortunately for a team like Gamax, they will finally all get wiped together and therefore be out of the lobby.
Down to 13 trios. Circle heading into the third. Now as we're going to be close to closing that resurgence pocket. And it's still pretty central. I mean, you got Control Center, Prison, Turbine, lots of places to sit and wait. The big thing is now we have to bring into the conversation teams like Falcons now having to leave Chemical Engineering, move up the mountain, and they're being contested by Orchid. JDG, another team that has to make some moves. They're walking into VC. Predict goes down. Slappy in the feed alongside Malvin with 2 kills, trying to move their way inside Factory and inside the safe zone.
Quick look back at Control. What's been happening for KGV. They're able to hold down middle control, just waiting for a team like Godlike to leave this boat. I just see Trick on 7 kills. They haven't left the boat the entire time. What a ridiculous Rebirth Island thus far for a guy. Look at him. 3,000 damage, 7 kills. Criminal God goes down as well. Leviathan in a deep and utter blender, but still on the map. As we just see this team pick up the kills of all the regainers. Hey, it's a strategy. It works. We see a full team rotating in, though, finally. Maybe contesting Godlike. AGAL unfortunately getting cut down in transition by Anxiety, though. FIFA kill down. It's going to be a 2v3 on boat if they want it.
Yeah, this north side through Turbine has been hell so far for AGAL. G2 starts bio, they flip it out. They've just been continuously keeping AGL on their back foot, and moving into a team like Godlike right now is not really what you want to do. If you're AGAL, just trying to look for some space to live. The circle is going to be closing in the next 40 seconds. This is where I'm looking at teams to start to move up the mountain. Teams to look at still Gentlemates sitting in living quarters. It's going to be the slow side. Lots of time to move up, but other teams like Nemesis, who are starting in Stronghold, are going to have to cross into that boat for Godlike and AGAL, and all while getting picked off by a sniper in the hands of Showstopper.
Listen, we've had this conversation about HQ over and over again. If it's uncontested, and you can just sit your anchor up at the top of the tower, might as well pull out a sniper and see if you can pick up some free kills. Finally, Leviathan leaves the lobby. This has not been their game, but they've been resilient. Unfortunately, Resilient only gets them 13th, which is basically nothing. So Leviathan going to drop our leaderboard a little bit. Should still be in a decent position, though, especially as we are just now into the 3rd map. Quick look at the map feed, though, does tell the story of what all the action has been showing on main, which is that everybody's been fighting around boat, and Falcons have been bored over on Kim's side. They rotate down towards Factory, look for a bit more, but on screen, NIP, King AJ has 9 kills out of nowhere as JDG get thrown into a blender, and they've got a solo flying in the skies.
And up here feeling good. I mean, they're having a great start to this Group B. Haven's Hollow, Rebirth Island, it doesn't matter. And King AJ on 9 kills is just looking to keep up that continuous pace. Sitting in headquarters, they're not going to be in the circle right now. They got so much time. They're going to have to cross paths with the Gentlemates at some point, and back in game 1, that was their kryptonite.
Look at G2, though, silently been obliterating this lobby. They desperately needed a good Rebirth Island game, and they've been one of the top teams on Rebirth Island. So let's listen in on G2 and see what they're thinking as they swing into the new zone.
His boys in the bar, his boys in the work up. It's only 2. It's only 2.
I'm about dead in the back, bro. No.
It's fine, just double res us. We can go and play placement.
Yeah, down in prison.
They're all fighting, You can double res. Pop that single.
Oh, walk far left. Prison.
You can buy immunity for yourself. Land showers and buddy.
Not bad.
Are you going showers?
Yeah,
Go,
yeah.
Which side? Here. The single.
Right here at the door. Single door.
Solid this one.
Great job from G2 to stay alive and quickly get the double buyback, playing for positioning. They do get a multi.
And they do find their way into the prison, which is the big deal. They're going to hop into that 2nd floor, see if they can find a circle or find a corner to sit in just to get that position. They're going to be in a great spot to maybe find some ground loot and catch some people in transition.
Gentlemates have found their way into the bottom side of prison. Well done being patient in that rotation. They actually picked up NIP, who got wiped during that listen-in. NIP going to fall down the leaderboard a little bit, although they had a ton of kills. They don't get a single multi from a map that could have been great.
Falcons, I mean, they have to be just whispering in the ear of the Circle Pull gods, because they get another pull down the mountain. As you see, G2 have not just regained, but they have turned it into lemonade now with what they got.
Holy moly, G2 are fragging right now. We got to see what Orchid could do, though, is actually take one member of G2 down. AGAL and G2 fighting, while Orchid maintains a position on top prison. It's a pretty strong position. I think, unfortunately for them, this new zone is going to dictate whether or not this is the right decision or maybe the wrong one. As the Falcons down on the low side, Godlike, they've been reaping through the boat, but unfortunately as they make their way to prison, they get obliterated. Down go Intex and Nate Dogg. A decent game for them, but they needed a great one. We swing into a top 7 position, need top 5 for the next multiplier, and yet again, the Falcons pulled the zone, and the Falcons are easily in the best position on the map.
Look at the situation that you're seeing from Gentlemates, though. I think they're going to try to swing this all the way down the mountain, get behind the Falcons. So this has got to be where you see the Falcons make a move, but as they do, Sariel's going to catch them. The rookie's showing up.
Yeah, I mean, Orchid and Gentlemates moving at the same time would be the perfect play. It looks like Gentlemates a little bit slow on the rotation, but the Falcons in now trouble trouble as they lose one, down to a duo. The third immediately gets back into the lobby, though. So all three up, and they win the engagement. Down go to the Gentlemates in 6th, not 5th. Gentlemates lose out on the multi.
That's going to be Orchid, AG Global, Falcons, as well as JD Gaming still alive. And there goes Orchid with Swizzing going down as JD's cleaning up.
JDG on a heater here in Group B. And it's now down to the Falcons and JDG, and the Falcons go back to back, making it look easy with a great zone pull.
I gotta say, it's another one where you just put your headset down and you know that you didn't have to do much to get that top first place spot. It's the Falcons yet again. Get it done on Rebirth Island this time. An easy pull towards Chemical Engineering. They maybe had to walk like 5 minutes away from their initial drop spots. And as soon as it goes down the mountain, as soon as they contest Gentlemates on leaving prison, they keep everything north of them, everything ahead of them up that hill. They just allow everybody else to kill each other and clean up what's left.
I mean, it's classic Falcons. A little bit of skill, a lot of luck. Is that what we can say for them? No, it's a lot of both. But at the same time, when you get a zone pull like that, you just can't lose. The only thing that could have gone wrong for them is if Gentlemates and Orchid pushed the exact same time from the flank, but there's no way to know that. The bullets started flying, Gentlemates a hair too slow, and they get caught in transition. Noobs with the perfect read. I think unfortunate for everybody else, there's no way the Falcons are losing that.
I gotta say, there's a couple teams too that I want to talk about in this endgame circle, and it's gonna be Orchid, JDG, and AG Global. All had some pretty rough starts this game. AG Global struggling against G2, JDG struggling to get in through Factory, and it all comes back into now walking into the Falcons. You still get good placement and some kills, but just can't close it out.
Well, laughter and comfortability is all I'm hearing over there from the Falcons. I think Ahsoka gave us a yawn, and, you know, frankly, for Group B, it's felt like a bit of a yawn for them, right? They've been rotating early, getting the zone pulls, and just watching everybody die in front of them. Sometimes it's them shooting their guns, and other times it's everybody just killing each other. So I'll be curious to see how many total kills they had as a team. I don't think it was a banger, but taking away that multiplier from other teams is huge. And remember, it's this classic Falcons, man. They went second, first in 3 games. Their average placement in Atlanta was like 3.5. You know, it was a little bit better than 4th on average, and they are obliterating that right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking polished as ever, and nobody would have doubted it. You said it when you were on the desk. It's just, this team is undeniable. And until they start to slow down, like, we cannot just keep them away from talking about how dominant the Falcons are. They're looking good today.
Well, it sounds like we got a quick interview as we get ready for our second Rebirth Island map. Let's take a look.
All right, everybody, I got the man with me here, Vision from Nip. Give him a round of applause as Nip has been firing off on all cylinders. I mean, Vision, how has these first 3 maps been feeling for you? You got the drums going, you're in enemy territory, but at the end of the day, you guys are in first place.
I mean, I just feel like my teammates are playing amazing. Showstopper, AJ. I feel like our communication is just on point.
Yeah.
And yeah. I'm confident we got first today.
Hey, you should be confident, okay? You are, I want to say you are a kill leader throughout these first 3, but you're definitely the kill leader on your team. Just talk to me about, like, how does it feel? You know, you're playing in these lobbies and you got Falcons going second, first, but you guys are still in first place, mainly because of you. You are the kill leader in these lobbies. I know you had 16 throughout the first 2 maps. I don't know how many you got in the third, but how are you finding that much consistency? Is it just the communication, or what are you doing?
I mean, I just feel like me and AJ are just running around together all the time, so it's just easy. My teammate, he's always supporting me. I support him. But I think we have the same amount of kills, by the way. I think we both have 19.
Okay.
So, you know, we just have good chemistry.
Great chemistry. Now, we saw the chemistry on Rebirth Island with your pacing. What did you learn on Rebirth Island that you're going to keep continuing on into Haven's Hollow in the last map as well?
What was the question again?
I said, when it comes down to your pacing that you guys found on the Haven's Hollow, how are you guys going to take that into the next maps? What did you learn in those first 2 maps that you can take on over to the rest of the maps?
I mean, I think at the moment we don't really have to change that much. Our communication is on point, as I said. The chemistry is on point, and yeah, just a shout out to my teammates. Let's go to the next game.
You heard it here, folks, okay? Shout out to his teammates. Shout out to Nip. They're in first place. Let's see if they can keep it.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Et on est mesdames et messieurs avec les fans de Gentleblades. Bon, comment ça se va la troisième game? Pour l'instant, ça se passe pas mal.
Ça se passe super bien. Ouais. On fait le top 1 la première, magnifique. Ça allume la salle un peu, on montre qu'on est chez nous. La deuxième, ça se passe un peu moins bien. Et là, on est en place, j'ai l'impression. Donc,
ça va, yeah, so we're really happy because we have one top 1 on the first game, so it was magnificent. Everybody's just chilling out and everybody's so happy about it. And now the second game was not that good, but we feel kind of good now, so everybody's just sending. So, tu veux chanter évidemment, mais je vais te laisser chanter avec eux. Mais comment est-ce que tu te sens? Un peu moins stressé? Faut être quand même top 5 du groupe, ça va être chaud.
On va y aller. Je veux pas un peu porter l'œil, mais on va y aller, c'est sûr. Ils sont dans leur match. On y va. Il n'y a même pas de question qui se pose. On y va.
I know you want to sing with them, so you can sing, bro. I asked him, like, of course you want to sing with them, but I guess in one point you just really want them to get the top 5. Do you think it? You believe it? It's like, I don't want to jinx it, but of course I believe it. Like, they're looking right good now, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna make to the big finals, and we're here for that, whatever. This is group stage. We are more interested in the finals. If we believe, they believe, we're gonna make it. Basically, they are ready. On va tout casser ce soir.
Je crois pas que vous connaissez. On sort de nulle part. Refaire de bâtard. On va tout casser ce soir. Oh les mecs, je crois pas que vous connaissez.
Foutez-moi le bordel.
On sort de nulle part. Refaire de bâtard. On va tout casser ce soir. Vous connaissez, on sort de nulle part, roster de bâtard, on va tout casser ce soir.
Here we go, we're here guys, go to the finals.
Thank you, Luti. I love the energy of the crowd, not only from them, but also the crowd we have seen. Falcons have been performing as well. But honestly, we got to talk about NIP because even though they haven't gotten a win, that team still finds themselves in first place.
They're good, man. I mean, the kill tally is just odd. Well, considering that they're putting themselves out of the main final circle fights, they're just kind of surviving. It's just been all the early and mid-game runs.
I mean, this is kind of the NIP playbook, to be honest with you. This is King AJ rolls up to land and goes, yeah, I'm going to slam everybody. And that's exactly what he does, which is a great way to get out of group stages. But I'm like, does this work when you get to that final lobby? And what we've seen, it kind of doesn't.
The pub stomp strategy doesn't always fly, does it? But hey, shout out the G2 pick. I think it was Lace.
Yeah.
Coming out of nowhere going, I think G2 are going to win. Something to that effect.
I mean, G2 ended up performing well. AGAL, we were talking about them, wanting them to bounce back. They were able to bounce back, Dandro.
Yeah, it's really fun to see AGAL up here because Knight is a new addition to this roster, and he is shooting nukes right now. He had almost double the kills of both of his teammates coming into that game, and they are playing lights out right now. Kind of questions from the community of would they even make it out of this group stage after a very lackluster Atlanta. But here, I think they now maybe had a lot of those learnings and now are making sure that they are getting at least out of the survival stage.
And I think the in-game calling just really shows up on this map that obviously has been around for a lot longer than Haven's Hollow, where, again, in the first 2-3 circles on Haven's Hollow, they're finding kills, they're just not surviving to get the multipliers. Now, all of a sudden, you go back to what we've been playing for the last 3 years, and they're like, okay, we know where we're dropping, we know how we're rotating, and if, like you mentioned, Knight, if he keeps shooting like this, these guys have a real solid chance to make it not just out of their group, but potentially top 5 if they can place well.
And on this last match we saw Godel, Godlike, being able to just hold that boat for the longest time, and it was none other than let me actually see if I get the Trick.
Yes.
Trick was just straight up just getting all the kills.
Yeah, Trick needs some help. He needs some help, man. I mean, it's has been the story all year long is that Trick is going huge, but I'm waiting for those games where Nate Dogg and Intex can start to get into the mix because that's when the team's having success. It's not enough just for Trick to be going sicko mode. He needs both of the teammates to help him on out as well.
Dan, as the long-term resident Warzone expert, are you seeing anything in this stage so far, or at least in this group, that's a shock to you?
I think what's shocking is going to sound like an oxymoron. What's shocking is how expected it is. It's like we're all like, I think this team should do well, but you kind of come in, land. You look at Group A. You had some teams who you're like, hey, cool, they're up at the top. But for Group B, I think we're kind of like, all right, yes, check. Okay, Leviathan's right on the outside, AGL's right on the outside. Oh, okay, cool. This is kind of going maybe how we expected, just a little bit. So I think that's what's the most surprising to me, which is weird to say. It's surprising that it's going as expected.
We all said it would go this way, and it is. I mean, that's not to say again. You got to believe. At this point of a tournament, anyone can still win it. But right now, the heavy hitters are hitting the hardest.
Yes. I mean, let's even talk about Leviathan because they started off hot. They have slowed down a little bit in this last match, but if we go back to the first games, I mean, they ended up in 7th place with 14 kills. Then follow it up with the 3rd place, 10 kills. But after that, this last match, it wasn't up to par.
Yeah, they're floating, but there hasn't been anything that you look at, whether they've been on screen or you just watch them on the map, that says, oh, they're dominating. Yeah. Like, it's just been kind of okay, which is fine for now. They're going to avoid being in the bottom 3, but in terms of making it not just through this group, but also possibly through survival, they need to find a moment. And anyway, I think just first part of the map, mid part of the map, end of the game, whatever it happens to be, they just need a moment.
Yeah, I think what people forget is this Leviathan roster looked really good at Birmingham, right? That's how they got here. They qualified through Birmingham. They showed up to Atlanta, and they didn't even make it out of the group stage, right? Yeah. So that's just the kind of thing. I think they're kind of getting their feet back underneath them for being on a LAN together. You got a young gun in Criminal God who's absolutely insane, but you got to wonder, is this maybe some of those LAN jitters coming back? You have Atlanta kind of sitting in the back of your head. You got to kind of beat the boogeyman, maybe, if you want to try and start to get back into the game.
I mean, again, looking at this top 8 so far, still very, very close in terms of the scoreline. So plenty still to change there on that first page. No worries for many of those for a fact, I hope.
And I think the only other thing to kind of point to, and I know there's been some, JD Gaming up there, but this is what they do. They kill, they slay. I think the big kind of interesting point as we finish off the back half of this group is what's going to happen with Team Orchid. I also feel like they have not necessarily had a convincing moment. They had high ground in that last little fight at the end, but weren't able to survive through it. So it just, again, feels like they need a moment as well.
And as we go towards the second page, you can see Neo Icons there with just 9 points. Godlike, honestly, luckily, they had a good match in this last one. If not, it would have been looking terrible just like Neo Icons right now.
Yeah, and I think they just need to kind of pick it up. I'm also surprised to see For Fun at the bottom as well. I think this is For Fun. Their biggest competitor is themselves. I think they need to do a little bit better.
Looking for a bit more. They were my pick coming into this one. I mean, I saw the social media posts. I'm excited to see a turnaround, but mate, it's not too late. It's not too late. There's plenty of time. Not over yet.
It's only 3 matches too, right? We only start waving. When was it earlier that we actually started waving some flags? I wanted to start really waving some flags. You were just like, it's okay, let's just a little bit.
I mean, still have a full day.
Yeah.
But at the point of, if you find yourself in the bottom half of that second page after day 1, you're scrambling. So need to step it up if you're one of those bottom 3 teams in particular, especially if you only have 9 points. What are we doing?
Yeah. You gotta hit the VOD review. That's all I gotta say. Spend your night. Don't wallow. Hit the VOD review. Hit the firing range. Fire your gun. Please do something.
Or they're gonna be hoping that they can do something here in Rebirth Island coming up. If not in the last 2 games of Fortune's Keep as well, they could be looking to maybe see their fortune change a bit.
Hey, hopefully. I mean, Fortune's Keep. As far as maps go, again, I love how each map really does have a different flavor. Some teams looking a little nicer on them than others, but at a competition like this, you have to have a deep pool. 3 doesn't seem like a lot, but you have to be consistent across all 3.
Well, that's what's so exciting with the Esports World Cup is because every LAN we've added a map to the map pool. And you would, before coming into this, when you looked at like Atlanta and even just in the community, it was teams were either really good at Havens Hollow and dog water at Rebirth, or they were the flip. Now that we have Fortune's Keep here, there's actually some opportunity where if you're not good at one of those maps, you say, okay, we just have that 3rd map in our back pocket. We can get some stuff. And especially where Fortune's Keep, it's very defensive. You saw it in Group A. We had that map where you have Resurgence get disabled. We still have 13 teams in the lobby, right? Everybody is just trying to do what they can to stay alive. I love that we have this new edition of the map.
The only bad news is Falcons are currently the best team on Fortune's Keep as well, I think. So
you had a choice.
So we're expecting another 2 wins? Is that what we're saying?
I don't know about 2 wins, but top 5s for sure.
I mean, they already gave us 2 wins out of 3 matches. I think it's maybe possible and doable for them. We saw Soki just go, I'm down. All right, just
This
calm
is what
down.
we do.
He
Come
wasn't wrong. Everybody, calm down. They ended up winning those 2 matches back to back as well. Going into the second half here for Group B, which team are you going to be looking at, Dandor, to maybe either step it up or just continue on that consistency?
I mean, it's a couple of those teams that we mentioned, right? I think I am looking at Godlike and For Fun, who we know can be, a much, much better team. I am looking at teams like Leviathan, who we're got a lot of fans here. I think they need that energy. Hopefully the break helped a little bit. It's just a couple of those squads that you really expect to do super well that aren't right now, that I'm like, okay, this is your opportunity. You had your break, you went to the bathroom, get some water, recenter as a team. Now play like you know you can.
I'm looking at Team Orchid. I think with just the recent buzz and the trend that they've been able to put together, I'm going to see if they can actually convincingly win a moment. Just have any sort of a moment as we finish off Rebirth and go to Fortune.
I'm not going to be biased whatsoever, Miles. I think I'm going to be picking Leviathan because I want to see if they can. Not biased whatsoever. I'm hoping that they'll end up performing well. And I know across them that we do have Team Falcons, which Lace is currently with them.
Well, I found myself with the Falcons fans, and this is just after 2 back-to-back wins. Now, obviously, you're going for the Team Falcons, and them to have 2 wins in a row. Is there anything you want to say to the Falcons players?
Actually, it's not our first time. We're back. We're going back-to-back. We already went back-to-back the World Cup. We have 2 World Cup now, and we are coming here to just support Falcons because we have, let's say, we are believe in this team. In all 8 games, we will win this World Cup. We will take it triples at their time in the row.
I mean, it's only the group stages, but you're saying the Falcons are going to win the entire... Falcons!
We will take this World Cup to Riyadh. It's an art. بطال بالعرض فالكون هز الارض بطال بالعرض فالكون هز الارض بطال بالعرض فالكون هز الارض. We will talk this cup to Riyadh.
I mean, you can feel the energy, you can hear it in for the Falcons, and of course, these guys are going to be rooting for them for the whole thing. Let's go Falcons!
Let's go Falcons!
Listen, man, I love LAN events. Like, audiences like that, crowds, teams cheering themselves on. It's so dang cool to see folks cheering on their favorite team and saying, no worries, we're going to win everything. And right now, I think Falcons fans are probably the most confident for good reason.
Coming to Paris, I thought the Green Swedes would have their hands full with vitality in terms of crowd presence. But seeing Leviathan show up, seeing Gen G show up, Falcons show up, there's so much support from all the different regions that we have right now for the Warzone Resurgence series, and that's the part that I love for these guys. Because you can look at the stage, you can see the Falcons go back-to-back on Haven's Hollow and Rebirth Island, and, maybe Hisoka wants to stand up to calm everybody down, but he doesn't need to get hyped because he's got his fans behind him getting loud for him. I mean, it's great to see the presence from the community. It's great to see the fans show up.
I really like what the desk talked about. I think there was a lot of fantastic points, and I agree with all of them. The one that I could slightly disagree with, if I could be so bold, is the fact that, yes, everything's going to script, except for one team in particular in my mind. NIP, I know they hyped them up, but NIP should not be doing as well as they are right now. They are crushing it if everything was going to script. So this is a big one.
And they haven't even won a map.
I know.
That's the big thing. You're getting a lot of kills. You're getting into, close placements towards the top, but you haven't gotten that map win under your belt. You're sitting in first with 63 points. Vision, AJ are having a fantastic game in a tournament right now in terms of kills. But if you can put that win below your belt alongside these kills, that is going to be what sets NIP apart.
You got to remember, NIP didn't make the final lobby at LAN at either Birmingham or Atlanta. This is not going to script for NIP. They got 6th in EU finals, missing LAN. They got 9th in EU finals, missing LAN on Birmingham. They are crushing it right now, and they have the firepower to do it. Wars moved off this roster to coach them because things weren't working. It's now working. They got to keep up the pace.
I got to shoot some content with them, too, the other day, and it was just trying to get any strategy out of them was impossible. They were so locked into the tournament. You could tell that their focus was just on performing, being there for their organization. They got to boot camp with NIP before coming to Paris as well out in Sweden. So the fact that they're getting love from their organization, they're starting to piece the whole puzzle together during champs. I mean, they're hitting strides at all the right times.
It's a big moment for them. Of course, we are still in group stages, and we're still day one of group stages. So hopefully this is the light at which they desperately needed to hold a flame and wave in the air, and that will continue. But very easily, that light could be snuffed out quickly, even if it is on day 2.
Well, let's kind of shift our attention away from, you know, the success story of NIP. We saw the bounce back from G2 as well, but we had Gentlemates start off the day with a win, and now they're caught in a little bit of a stalemate on Rebirth Island between both NIP and Leviathan. And I think that that's something that we got to talk about, because the desk made that precedent of, okay, what's going on with Leviathan, because they were like top 4 coming out of Haven's Hollow. You go to Rebirth Island and you're just playing the regain over and over again. They were struggling in their drop towards Stronghold against Gentlemates and NIP holding them.
Well, good news for Gentlemates fans is that they are a strong Fortune's Keep team. Currently on our rankings, they're 3rd overall in just raw points. There's not as much data for Fortune's Keep, but they actually have a pretty strong position on Keep once we get there. If things don't go catastrophically, you know, papers in the air, everybody throw their strategies out the window and land on some of the top teams. So with that in mind, I think you just want another solid, passable game from the Gentlemates here. Hopefully they maybe get a Southern Zone this time and be able to play through Living, maybe win out in Stronghold or something like that. But either way you look at it, they're not in a bad position. There's no question about it.
And then for Leviathan, it's just hold Stronghold like as best as you can. I mean, it's one of the toughest positions to break from any team. So if you get a good zone pull, you're able to not get bullied away from your POI, then that's where Leviathan can also battle against those 2 teams as well going into game 2 of Rebirth Island.
Here we go.
See these drops.
Exact opposite story for Leviathan. They need to get back online soon. Fortune's Keep has not been favorable to them. Let's see how things change. Second map of Rebirth Island. A lot of things to talk about, but the first one is we see Leviathan landing prison. They're in showers right now, trying to figure out if Stronghold's not the game plan. Let's get active.
And it's because the zone pull right away does not lead Stronghold's side. They leave Gentlemates alone. We don't want to deal with you. Let's just make sure that we get some good position and some early KP.
Here's NIP already getting some of those kills that they need. Put some points on the board early. They've been doing this every single game and finding decent multis. Looks like NI not going to go down without a fight. Quick look at the scores on the right-hand side. Continues to tell the story that we've been telling. Gentlemates, Falcons, NIP, and JDG, who, yes, have been doing what they did in Atlanta, but even a little bit better, averaging over 14 kills a game right now through the first 3. JDG on a heater. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, they're technically the 2nd highest in kills right now. And that's 5 off of NIP. And they were regaining all game Rebirth Island. What?
Watch out.
Leviathan are eliminated.
Leviathan first team out confirmed. Do not see them on the map. They change things up and they go deep into the blender. They're going to be on the second half of that leaderboard going into Fortune's Keep. They desperately need to turn the tides. But back to the action for fun. Another team now bottom of the leaderboard trying to work their way up. They're trying to win out in control. A little bit different play from them, and they swing through and immediately get the trades. Well done to put KGV on their heels. Weren't expecting this aggressive of a push from For Fun, who believes they can win this fight. And so far, they're 100% correct.
And it's exciting to see what's going on in Control, because you know Godlike is in the docks, and they had such a good game on Rebirth Island. Trick was firing away. So you look at Control Center to see who can battle against Godlike and what's going to go on down there as we kind of bounce around, see what's going on. There's actually been some movement over towards Stronghold, and Gentlemates down there now playing up against a team contesting them. That's going to be Nemesis.
You can see that happening in the kill feed. Pause of current For Fun, still trying to win out of Control. Vidati's actually on 4 up on the north side, the top side rather, of Control. So doing a good job of picking up some freebies, but For Fun feeling like they hunt one down, and they're able to do just that. A 3v1 is quite easy for Fun, but they desperately need some kills, and they need a banger. Not a good game, a banger, because they are way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Quick check-in, though, at Factory. Let's see what F&C are doing. Only a couple kills to boot across the board, and trying to figure out if they have control over Factory and can go hunting, or need to play defensive and hold this POI. For now, nice and easy.
Predict's already on 4 kills as well, so that is big for VC down towards the bottom of Factory. And they're also a team that's going to look to give Fnatic a little bit of a tough time. You can see Predict is farming right now. 6 kills off the bat in Factory. He's going to move Fnatic elsewhere as they try to regain.
Oh, man, that's a bummer. Look, we all have broken legs. Everything's fine, but 2 down means you need to desperately run for your lives. More action on screen here. Well, our team continues to hunt down JDG. JDG do slap back. Slappy on 5 currently. Get the heck off our boat here over the factory side. Unfortunately, gets put in too much of a blender this time around. A little too cracked for his own good. FLS floating in the water, trying to keep his team up and not get full wiped. As somehow, the Vicious has 7 kills playing through factory.
He's on 17 for the group so far for his team. So big at a predict. What a challenge. JDG FLS smoked. And it's not even going to be done. You can see that JDG are still trying to recover back over towards the factory. Because you went over and tried to take JDG out of the game, Gentlemates are going to humble you.
Well, I mean, good news, bad news for the Gentlemates. The Anchor was out in Stronghold and gets obliterated. Living Quarters out of the zone as well. And so, yes, you hunt down a kill, but now Inkyo's last alive for your team, and you got to slow yourself back down. And look at the map. You got to still rotate through Living to even get to the zone. A fairly identical zone to the last map. This one, a hair more north, should pull up onto the control side for the late part of this game.
There's about 25% of this map that's maybe not solid right now. You're either in the water or you just can't play in it. So that is going to leave a lot of questions for this rotation in through factory and living quarters, as a lot of teams are coexisting towards the bottom of this hill. Moving into headquarters is going to be difficult. You can see that NIP are sitting there watching. And we look towards the north side. You see that AG Global, again, good map 1 on Rebirth. See if they can follow up with the good map 2 as well.
Yeah, I like that quick check-in there with AGAL. Knight on 5. Team's doing a great job of controlling Turbine. It's actually for fun leaving Turbine to go play Control at the very beginning of this map. Let AGL kind of breathe a little bit more on the map, and they seemingly have found a foothold on a great spot in zone, and with some kills to boot. AGAL having some momentum right now. Take a look at the Falcons, though. We haven't checked in with them in a while because they've been chilling. They go get really aggressive over at G2 and immediately get obliterated. Yes, Anchor and Chem. Yes, Falcons will be fine, but even still, G2 hold their own against the top dogs.
G2, again, a big story coming into Rebirth Island was, can they bounce back after a terrible map 1 and 2 on Haven's Hollow? Map 1 of Rebirth, the answer was yes. Map 2, so far, they're putting Falcons in their place, so it's good to see that from Anxiety. Still in the kill feed with Big Man 2. 15 trios still alive. Closing in on the second circle, just a minute 13 to work up the hill towards headquarters for a lot of these squads.
And again, NIP getting headquarters for free gives them so much flexibility on this map where their fraggers can go get kills, whether they're playing defensive and teams try to chow them after they've established their foothold, or if they're just picking up freebies up at the top of the tower. Either way you look at it, NIP, a great spot here in Rebirth Island. I'm not sure they're going to have things like this for free in the next later stages, but for now, take it while you got it. As we swing back over to the fight at Control Center, Godlike trying to finally get some action and cause some chaos rather than wait for everybody to come to them. Does look like they've got a decent position here on the second floor of Control. A couple teams underneath and on top.
Yeah, because they gave up docks, Gentlemates have kind of had the free rotation into the circle to take control of the boat. So that's going to be difficult for Godlike to retake it.
Yeah, you're going to remember Gentlemates had to regain somewhere, and it felt like the boat was mostly free. Usually to the water we go. Flank sends 1 back up into the skies. That's 3 for him. For fun, doing a great job of still battling in the blender that is Control Center as they continue to find a foothold.
Now everybody's going to be moving over towards the docks. This is where, for fun, if you really wanted to, can third-party a couple of these teams. It's about to get pretty messy down there.
Yeah, kind of. Sometimes it's tough to leave Control Center, though, because this is such a power position in the current zone. If you leave to go get kills, great, but you have to be able to come back and retake it. It's a risky play, and it looks like For Fun gonna try to stick into Control while the fight happening at Boat continues on. We take a look at the Falcons. They are gonna have to rotate. It's actually JDG who's got FLS out here. Wow. Winning a 1 against Dongi, does get traded out, but got the full regardless. His team's safe over at Turbine. They're chilling, pushing out AJAL. So everything's fine for JDG. They are very comfortable right now in Group B. They continue to put point after point on the leaderboard.
I'm just going to say, this is the first time so far we've seen in this block Falcons getting farmed on a map. They haven't been able to leave Chemical Engineering. A lot of these teams are doing a good job at keeping them on a leash. Looking back towards Fnatic, though, they're sitting in the harbor. They got to move up this hill, but they are being contested right now against the Vicious.
The winners of LATAM North need to make some bigger waves here in Group B if they want to continue to try to advance in this tournament. So far, fairly sleepy. Volcom wins one, though, sending Solds back to the skies. Our resurgence timer is about to close. That player will come back on timer, but everybody else will not in about 60 seconds. Oh no, Gentlemates go down. In the meantime, a big fight outside of the map, out in the water. The Gentlemates get wiped trying to regain. Bad news for the Gentlemates fans, that's 14.
It looks like a lot of teams are going to be looking to regain their way through. Gentlemates get eliminated, like you said, but inside the water, a lot of people just trying to look to get into Turbine, and that's going to create a little bit of friction on this rotation. You start to see now Falcons moving away from Chemical Engineering. NIP have left the headquarters. You see Fnatic working up the hill into the prison, and who's waiting at the prison? It's Orchid.
I've seen AGAL in the kill feed holding the line at Turbine. I told you it was a fantastic spot on the map, and they've done a great job just holding the line while For Fun try to hold out in boat, but no, they go down in 12. What could have been a solid game for them turns into another disaster as the Aussies strike while the iron's hot and now get swung on by Godlike. So Levi goes running for the hills.
Falcons just down to one. It's going to be a floater back on in. G2 holding Industries. We move closer yet again. Turbine safe. The end of prison is safe. Industries is safe. And the bottom of the dam is where a lot of people are probably going to look to regain.
Quick look at the map. The best two teams by far in terms of position is going to be G2 and Industries, and it's going to be AGAL and Turbine. They've been there since the beginning as Swizzin wins another one over the top. He's on 8. Make it 9 with Sariel's help. This Orchid team has been asked to step up and make a play. So far, so good, making it into the multiplier. But can you do a bit more?
Swizzin on 26 kills for the group. Carrying Orchid at the moment. Dongy goes down, and it's again Falcons still just trying to find anywhere to live. Again, are going to have to drop back into the map. They're going to land Chemical Engineering, try to work their way back in the kill feed. It's AG Global scumming against NIP, sitting inside of prison.
This is an important fight as AGAL continue to roll through Turbine with kill after kill after kill. Orchid have the top side. Fnatic try to creep up to second floor and make a play. The Falcons, where can you regain? Maybe you glance at Kim. It's out of zone, so you have to swing into the bottom side of Industries. Who's here? It's actually JDG. Melvin gets caught by surprise and then actually swings and wins his ones. It's going to be Noobs down as the solo, and they get obliterated. The Falcons finally will not get a top 5 position with a little bit of help of PA over the top. Big man credited that kill. JDG reaped the rewards. They have Industries, but the zone goes straight to Turbine. AGAL, the Prophets, pull the zone and have sat in this position since the very beginning of the game. Will it finally be time to say that FIFA Kills team could potentially be a contender for a top 5 as Swizzin, Orchid are going huge in trades against Fnatic. Swizzin cannot falter. He will not fall. He's last alive for his team, but he's able to escape and get out of dodge.
That's going to be full clearance of Turbine. You're worrying about Nemesis. NIP still have a latent hold, and Fnatic are working through prison. But at the moment, AG Global have the best position in the circle, and everybody's got to come to them.
They've got to have like 12, 13 kills at least playing inside of Turbine. Unbelievable job thus far, and everybody has to go to them.
The only 3 trios left is going to be Nemesis. You still got AG Global all 3 up, G2 all 3 up, JDG all 3 up, and well, I was going to say the Vicious, but they actually lose in transition. That's going to be VC contesting.
Looking for top 5, though. John's 12 kills. The Vicious having a banger map, but deeply in trouble inside the gas, trying to slowly sneak their way in. They actually get a buy, so they're going to float back into the map and figure out if they can hold on for dear life. They got to get top 5.
NIP get a God pull, and they're looking for 5th position still. Showstopper and Vision, if they can come back, that would be a godlike play for the team in first.
Bradke is going huge right now. 12 kills is nuts, but they desperately need top 5. He's actually going to die to gas. Teammates potentially still alive. We swing over, though, as King AJ, last alive for his team, still with the zone pull, is picking up a couple of these players in transition and will get the buyback. This is what you asked for, Seymour. Somehow NIP have held on for dear life and made it to top 5.
And somehow AG Global are now in the worst spot of this entire circle. You get the buyback too, and Vision's gonna join AJ. Things have turned around for NIP.
Unfortunately for the Vicious fans, they do not get top 5. They do not get their All too elusive 1.4x multi. The big question now as G2 falls is who will win this map. JDG might be the most consistent team in the lobby thus far as they yet again get to a top 5 position and a chance to win a map. But Swizzin as a solo on 12 this map, nearly 6k damage. Can he pull off a miracle against the JDG roster who are in complete control right now?
3v2, v1v1. It is going to be JDG against the world, and Melvin, he is sweeping them under the rug. 3v1v1.
Again, NIP, a great zone pull as we swing back to prison. Vision on height, nice trigger discipline. No need to shoot there. I'm sure they saw him. Nothing to do for now. They're going to go low side. He will take high side. Scumman's on double digits himself. And to be honest, this is all you needed from AG Global. If they can get anything else, fantastic. It's cherry on top, but they had a banger map, and they were already in a decent position.
Look at the health on JDG. That's not good. Vision still is able to sit, and it's going to be a pull towards the top. JDG have positioning over both of these players.
Yeah, with stems, I mean, that was the right play. They go in, lose a bit of health, stem up, plate back up, but they made the early rotation. So a great play from JDG on the low side.
They're going for height.
I mean, they have player advantage. They can basically do whatever they want. The only thing they can't do, well, it does look like actually they do have some more stems. So yeah, they could play for a heal off if they really wanted to, but they want these kills.
Good luck.
JDG is on a heater, and there's another freebie on top. Sorry, Visions, you go down. Still a top 5 there for NIP. Great job from him. Where's the final player? And we hunt out the rat.
But I'm convinced that you could drop a nuke on JDG, and it's still not enough to wipe them. A win in map 4 is gonna shoot them up the leaderboard. What a way to stay alive through industry, through bio, into the prison, and keeping everybody intact all the way through, seeing it done.
Yeah, shoot them up the leaderboard. They were already top 5. They're going to be at the top. I mean, that's a win with a ton of kills. And again, I'll tip I had AGAL all the day. They had, unfortunately, all the best pulls until the final pulls of the zone. Once they get pulled out of Turbine, they have to fight uphill into prison. And there's a full team of 3 JDG playing from Industries holding them, then able to get to prison for free with a great rotation early. JDG, it just felt inevitable that they would eventually get a win, especially with Falcons off the map. Bit more free for them. They've been playing near flawlessly throughout the course of Group B.
This is incredible. I mean, they are 5 kills ahead of the second place in terms of kills, but 13 points ahead of the second place team.
They're one of the most consistent teams here. There's no question about it. Here's a look back on the final moments. They were the only team with a full team of 3, and so this was an inevitable win for them. Scumman put up a nice fight here. Nice little play over the top. Almost trades one out on Slappy. Let's listen in.
Good job. Light work. Fuck where the sound is, bro.
Nice work. It was clinical. JDG all too comfortable here in the group stages.
And I gotta say, I mean, this is a team that going into EWC, we knew that they're consistent in just staying alive, getting to those end circles. If they can start kind of putting together the puzzle pieces of kills to go alongside it, that's where JDG levels up. And talk about a performance in Group B, a performance on day 1. Melvin's got 27 kills, Slappy's sitting on 21 kills, and FLS 19. So everybody's pulling their weight.
To add emphasis to the dominance of JDG, Rebirth Island traditionally has been their weakest map, actually by a country mile. On the other maps, on Rebirth Island, Fortune's Keep, they've been a very strong team. Rebirth Island, they've been fairly weak. Now, of recent, they've been getting into final form, but still, to see them this consistent across the board in a group that's still fairly strong, really impressive stuff from JDG. But again, I know our AG Global fans are going crazy for a banger map like that. The big question mark in my mind, how many kills did the whole team pick up? I saw FIFA kills name in the kill feed at least 5 or 6 times. It's going to have double digits as well. Folks, we got some content, we got some interviews, we got a ton of stuff to take a look at before we get into Fortune's Keep. 2 more maps today.
Playing You're Not Yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
JD Gaming, our winners of match number 4. I kind of feel like this is a bit of a sleeper team. We've been talking about the Falcons, we've been talking about Gentlemates, but JD Gaming have just come out of nowhere to reach that top Enigma.
Yeah, they certainly have. They're led by a fantastic leader called FLS. He's a Swede, he comes in. He's known as a bit of a brutal player. He's very critical of his teammates and will chop them if they don't perform. So stepping out here, delivering for them. He's making those comms, putting them in the right positions, and the boys are flying. So yeah, lovely to see them up there towards the top of the board. We all knew they could do it. It was whether they would do it, and they certainly are.
I mean, sometimes, you know, it comes down to the pressure of a LAN event, but it seems like they have just brushed that off their shoulders. Now, I want to move your attention maybe more to the middle of that leaderboard. And I was talking about G2 at the start and saying that, you know, these may be the underdogs and underdogs of Falcons, but it looks like they're not really being cohesive as a team. Do you have, like, any input or insight as to why they're probably not performing as, you know, best as Falcons?
We've talked about them for a long time as a squad that is fantastic online, less impressive when we get to LAN. Now, they did perform in Atlanta for the first time, and we were talking about them as, okay, this is the moment where they've stepped over that hurdle. Now it's about going to the very top of the podium. And unfortunately, it feels like some of those jitters are returning. We will give them time yet, but they have to start to figure things out because the questions don't just come from us, they'll come from inside the team too.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of draws me back to, I think, to match number 2. They were able to sort of control that west side, but then I think it was Leviathan that actually just pushed them out immediately. There was no kind of contention there, and then I found that Big Man had to deploy himself, like, I think it was in Mansion. Then he was able to flank a team, take down that 1v3, and finally finish in that 3rd place. And this is the kind of thing that you want to see from them, but more as that squad and more as that cohesive team. Yeah. And I mean, hopefully they could bring sort of something like that back. But like I said, yeah, the kind of the vibes sometimes hit a little bit different at a LAN.
They most certainly do. I mean, you've heard the crowd in here. You feel the lights. You can see the lights as we tan underneath them. They are, of course, feeling that pressure. They understand what it's like to step out on these stages. And when things don't start going well, it's easy to feel the pressure even more. Again, got time, but you have to start to step up and deliver. Anxiety, we know what he can do. We know the ceiling he has. It's the other two. Can they reach that same level? If so, they will fill that Dark Horse title.
Yeah, I absolutely feel if they can get that together, they can definitely succeed. And AGAL as well is something that I've been watching a close eye on too. In the earlier matches, they weren't sort of doing too much, and when they would take a contest against another team, they would fall flat. But now, I think they're sitting at about 3rd place.
Yeah, they're a very hot and cold team. They have the capability to take over lobbies. They also have the capability, unfortunately, to watch themselves get cut off a little bit at the knees. They've got to get off to them hot starts. And they're a very vibey team as well. They're feeling good, they're looking good, and obviously we want them to do incredibly well today with Fifth on that roster. A lot of us got a lot of love for him. This might be his send-off moment. Hopefully not, but if they are going to do something today, that would be a great way to send him off.
Well, speaking of vibes, I know 2 casters that have the vibes. Seymour, Goge, let's take it into our next match.
Thank you so much, Lace and Enigma. That was a great little segment there, and I gotta say, I love the tip of the cap to AGAL. They had 27 kills that map. 27! Are you hearing me? Yes, this is the same FIFA kill, the same scum, and these are the same guys that popped off a long time ago. We haven't seen them pop takeover like they are right now in so long. This is a different team. They're Lanimals, and it's paying off.
Punk still got it.
That's crazy.
That's all I can say right now. This is great from AG Global. And it's not even just that. It's like that's back-to-back Rebirth Islands where they get top placements, top 3, top 5 placements out of this squad. So getting into Fortune's Keep, this is a turnaround for AG Global to see if they can keep things up now that they're in 2nd place.
I mean, it's a big key factor. Fortune's Keep is a fairly new map, although a return to form for those that know the lore, but it's a new map in terms of the current competitive space, and therefore it's a little bit untested for some of these teams to prove that they are a team that can keep up the pace, like JDG, like AGAL, on a map like Fortune's Keep. Things could totally flip on their head. Falcons are still top 5 right now, and I know it's crazy to say this, and I'm not wishing wishing an ill omen on them. I expect them to win this entire competition. There is a chance they could drop out of the top 5 here on Fortune's Keep, depending on where people drop. This is going to be the most important part of our group stages, at least today, in preparation for tomorrow. Where are people landing on Fortune's Keep? It may play a little offensive, it may play a little slow, but if the Falcons are alone, they may not find themselves with a ton of points.
Yeah, Falcons second place game 1, first place game 2 and 3, and a 10th place finish in game 4. So no surprise that they're going to drop down a little bit. What do we get here, Coach? Where are we looking at for the drops?
A couple really important notes on this map while JDG's getting mixy is Falcons go up to Keep. They are not playing in Town like usual, which means Town is wide open, which means Gentlemates have the most real estate to work with by a country mile. NIP, again uncontested. Over in Winery, those are the 2 big moments as, oh no. Godlike is already wiped. Hot contest, they're gone. A couple teams uncontested. The Falcons trying to put some other folks in a blender. Leviathan also on your screen now, desperately need to step back up.
Play for some good positioning, shake things up. And we are going to be in for a good day of Warzone. Falcons up to the Keep, like you said, leaving Town open for the Gentlemates. We're looking at JDG, though, all the way down towards the pier, and
they're hunting, man.
They're hunting, and look who's just around the corner for them. It's NIP and Leviathan, 2 teams that have been having, you know, a good day for NIP, a hot and cold day for Leviathan. So JDG, they might be happy to hunt.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Slappy hunting, and he took down 2 of them. Almost could have played a 1v3 on Lighthouse. A little bit of help with the cluster over the top, just push Leviathan out, but we swing over to another fight. KGV been in a blender today, and unfortunately, doesn't look like they're getting out of it. Fnatic causing that blender for now. So it looks like Gooey's gonna try to, actually does land the molly and the wall bang. Gonna show up for 1. Can he show up for 2? Yes, he can. A nice reach out there to pick up 2 right in their faces and say, come again another time, my friends. Gooey, a 2-piece, but more in the area.
Very centralized circle. On Fortune's Keep. Amir shut down by Gooey. 3 kills for Gooey. Already down a trio. And lots of Fortune's Keep to have for our first drop in right away. So what are we going to be seeing for a lot of rotations? It looks like Falcons have actually pushed everybody outside of the Keep. So that's going to force the rotation down through mid, out towards the terraces, and creates a lot of traffic for teams that are going to now rotate through the middle of this map. And I think that's going to create some issues for teams that wanted to drop towards Smuggler's Cove. Gatehouse might have to move up the hill.
So far, a sleepy Cove. Gonna be hanging out. Not much going on. Waiting for somebody to make a move. Where is everybody? We swing over to Gamax. They found some people in their sights. Looking for 1. A nice trade over the cross. Nice hold for the teammate to stay alive. But back to VC we go as the Vicious had a banger last map, but they need a lot more. And unfortunately, they're fighting just outside of Keep at bay against G2. So they're going to try to regain in the water just like Rebirth Island. And I think G2 saw them hit the water, and they're going to at least send their anchor back to take a look, while the other 2 go pushing up and play a little bit more aggressive around Keep. They're going to find the Falcons alone in Keep, pushing everybody out, like you said, Seymour. You can actually see just off the distance, barely on the edge of the minimap, that's AGAL. This is where they drop up at terraces. They've been hanging out there since the beginning, waiting on the new zones, and just finding any kills that come their way.
As AGAL and Orchid, that's a fun one. But we got for fun in through Gatehouse. They're going to be catching a couple players out. They actually get caught, Juju. And here we go for the circle closing in once more. Circle 2 is going to be kind of falling in towards Winery and down towards Smuggler's Cove. That's going to force Town rotations out from both Gentlemates and Nemesis.
Yeah, we are going to pull to the east. On screen, though, this roster has been battling for points on the map. They desperately need them still. A long way to go on the leaderboard as they try to hunt down any last remnants around them, 1 below, a couple teams in the area. But for now, shooting a distance while we wait on some of these rotations for some of the other teams. Gamax, also a team, been in the blender, still looking for a lot more. We swing over and see that for fun, near bottom of the leaderboard is causing some of that chaos we saw in IN. Now, as we swing back over towards the Keep area, you can see that AGAL have sent Scummin out to go try to find something. They're safe in terraces. They're actually leaving 2 back in terraces, and they've been getting pestered by the roster nearby. Swizz and Orchid right next to them, and Scummin's actually able to strike for 1. So with the Thorn in the side plucked, they've got to figure out
Where is Orchid holding? Is there anchor inside a spiral? Yes. Can we make a play for that? Back to JDG.
Yeah, back to JDG, who just continue to farm Leviathan. You can see that things don't get any better for Lev. And it's just going to try to regain once more. I'm looking at the space around the map and seeing what's going on. I think that AGAL has started to figure out exactly where Orchid want to play. And the question, do you want to push Spiral? It was a yes. They pushed Orchid out of Spiral and flipped the map.
Yeah, really well done there from AGAL to sniff him out inside of Spiral, push out 5K, and go try to find the others. The rest have regained, but they're up in the skies and don't have their home. So Orchid trying to find some footing while Scummin continued to try to throw them overboard. One in the window, though, did not notice some Scummin. A little bit frustrated about that one, but AGL still very comfortable unless they get ratted on from one down below. Do they know he's here? Could he make a play up this spiral and make the angle? FIFA actually able to find the knock-through window. Oh, see Sariel down below. Yellow. Bye. Uh-oh. AGL, nice trade there from Knight, but he is last alive. There's one floating in the skies. Overall, this has been a trading of blows between two deadly teams on our leaderboard right now. For Fun actually top fragging in the chaos that is around the keep area and otherwise.
That's exactly what you pick up Knight for at EWC. Just a guy who's not afraid to take a risk, take that height and get active. Cleans up some kills against Orchid, keeping AG Global in, and we get to see where Circle 3 is going to close in, and it's actually going to be further down towards the southeast. Lighthouse still safe, the edge of Gatehouse, Grotto, a lot of teams still moving over. Gentlemates, they can't catch a break on this rotation. Circle is not pulling towards them, neither with the Falcons or AG Global.
Amax pick up one in transition. Down go New Icons. They're out of the map. We've lost 4 teams thus far. Don't worry, Gentlemates fans. Your team is still alive. They're in Grotto. They've been slowly crawling their way from town over to these new zones. Not much to write home about from them thus far because there was nobody in town, so they haven't found much action. Here's a look at them. Down in Grotto, they're finally in an engagement, playing kind of low side here, working their way into the new zone. AK was actually on 5 kills, so he found a bit more than maybe we were expecting as JDG does put Leviathan back into the blender off screen. The big question mark is where do the Falcons go out of Keep? They're going to have to go to For Fun in Spiral. They're going to have to go through G2, who is holding them out on the wall, but for now, Gentlemates got a wall of their own to work through. Stone wall and the crevices that Fortune's Keep offers sometimes offers safety down below, but oftentimes it's like shooting fish in a barrel over here at Grotto, and Hollow, unfortunately, is the fish.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to stay alive. Gentlemates still recovering on the rotation. Falcons outside of Keep into the circle. They've moved their way past the walls, and it looks like they're going for Winery. NIP have been set up in Winery. They get pushed by G2, and that has actually created a moment where Falcons can try to take over the Winery themselves.
Yeah, a good shout. The big question was where were they going to go? They went straight through G2 and sent Scythe to try to regain his team somewhere, which is going to be low side of Winery. So you're right. Here's the big fight. NIP, Falcons, 2 top 5 teams battling for position in Winery. This is where NIP started. They were completely uncontested here. They've been holding for a while, but now getting hunted by Dongi is a scary place to be. Showstopper has high ground, unfortunately gets punished for it. Couldn't drop down fast enough, and Dongi shoots 2 straight. Cleaned up, no question about it. NIP in trouble. Finally, could be the first time they go down without a multiplier if they fall here in 11th.
Yeah, which would be devastating considering the pull that they had. Fortunately enough for Winery, there's a lot of escape that you can have, and it looks like NIP are just going to get the heck out of there, give it up towards the Falcons, and we see the circle close even more into no man's land around Winery. Outside of Lighthouse is going to, again, force the rotation out of players from the west side. Grotto
from everywhere.
Moving in. Everybody. AG Global's got to move. They're still in Keep. You are walking right into For Fun Esports that will be trying to gatekeep you.
For Fun gatekeeping north, you're right. And the Winery fight will continue as it is still technically in zone. NIP stay alive, but here comes AGAL. They have to go through either For Fun or swing around far west, and that's what they're going to do first. To find Gooey, get him weak, wipe his teammate, Padzu down. Scummin making things look fairly clinical on this rotation, and no team's in a comfortable position. There's not enough cover here, or at least not comfortable cover with teams fighting each other all on edge of zone. AGAL, if they can survive the PA, which they certainly do, they can rotate in mostly for free, pending this hold here from Team 11.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, you got in front of you Gamex and For Fun, two teams that you've just had their number all day long. You just had a 27-kill game. If you can cut them down here and move into the circle, this is going to be major value for AGAL.
Let's listen in with AGAL. They're banging one out. Let's see it.
Anything, I'm in. They jump down. They jump down. It's close, running in. It's close. Close the door. Wait, we get shot for cross. I'm down. Fuck. Can you smoke and res? No. Dead. Just chill. They're on the roof of the building next to you. They're pushing front door right now. Okay. Front door a little weak. Got a plate. You're good, you're good. Just chill. He's still on your front door. We can drop down if you want. Jump down where? There's kids down there. Jump down, you're dead. I think they're coming up. Chow this. 3. Nice, get on. Nice, watch out to loot. Chow that. Nice, good shit. Alright, you need top 5, okay? Close to the left. You're good right now, Go down. Get money. Oh, unlucky. Yeah, there was another one down there. That's okay.
Oh, it was a great chow. Unfortunately, there was too much fire to handle, man. It was too hot in the kitchen and too many teams swarming around them. A great effort. They get top 10. In the meantime, we do see, yes, AGAL go down. We also saw the Falcons go down with only the 1.2x multi. They did pick up 10th place overall, and I don't think they had a ton of kills. As dominant as they were at the very beginning, they were starting to fall behind on this leaderboard.
Still some path, bottom winery, still some positioning, bottom caves through the grotto. You can see that's being held by Gentlemage trying to gatekeep Leviathan, and that actually blows up in their face with some beautiful shots from Criminal God. Right now, best team in the circle is going to be JDG, looking to go back-to-back.
JDG could go back-to-back to bolting at 3, and unfortunately, Gentlemates get cut down. For Fun get cut down, missing their top 5 that they desperately needed. Again, it is NIP and JDG, and Vision's got to pick a target. Finally gets FLS, but can he get the help as Melvin just clears a full squad off screen? Top 5 for both of the top 2 teams today, and they're going to maintain a position at the top of the leaderboard as Leviathan goes down.
This could be NIP's moment. They've been waiting for a win all day long. They've been at the top. They've been slaying. Can they close? They got G2 and JDG. That's it.
Couldn't get the reses either, so FLS is just battling for his life to get the zone and does get caught up in transition. It's going to be a solo for JDG if they have enough stems. In the meantime, what's the main fight? There really isn't one. If these guys can sneak their way in and replay back up, maybe. But NIP completely have them pegged on the backside of Lighthouse here, working their way into a winery on the south side. Immediately, Melvin down. The only player left is a solo for G2, and one solo still alive for JDG. This is an NIP win, unless it's the most generational throw of all time.
FLS is going to be able to self-res. There goes G2. And it is all FLS. He's into the circle. This would be magical. 1v3. NIP looking for their first win of the day.
FLS is him, but I don't know if he could pull off a 1v3 against an NIP that's moving this different right now. They pick him up. They've got the intel. They've got the zone. Just a question of when, not what. Taking the high ground position, could he at least trade one? No sirree. NIP consistent all day today, but finally get their first win in map 5 of Group B. Woo, these guys are moving different.
And this is what could really cut down the difference between top 3 and outside of that right now for NIP. They looked for that win. They got it. They got the placement. They got the kills. And they're looking to skyrocket their stocks into the last map of the day. Big win for the boys. Big win for the program. And a moment that these guys, they don't want to let go of.
And this is a roster that had a lot to prove coming into LAN. And they're proving it on day 1 of group stages. Quick look back at the finals here. Really nothing to write home about. Anxiety tried to at least play spoiler to 1. Could have made things a little bit more feasible. Let's listen in.
Try to jump up. Jump into the Smith. He's on the top. Good shot, boys.
Nice play. This is what I'm fucking talking about.
Come on.
Let him right through.
And I've been saying, it's been kind of anticlimactic finals for a lot of these end circles, but you really just got to love these teams playing ahead for their positioning and not giving up these moments in the end game circles. For NIP, they started at Winery, they finish at Winery. They had a little bit of a fight against both the Falcons and G2, but they come up on top, and that is huge for these guys.
Good news, bad news here if you're the Falcons fans, okay? You've got a team that you know can win games. You've got a team that's probably still in contest of around a top 5 position to go straight to the finals, pending how tomorrow goes. That's maybe kind of good news, bad news in one form or fashion. The other good news, bad news for them is that the same teams are winning over and over again. The same teams are doing well, which means you're really not being contested behind you on the leaderboard. I mean, Gentlemates are kind of sniffing at your backside, chomping at your heels a little bit. Other than that, though, I know the Falcons didn't have a great game, but they're still going to be probably top 5 or very close, even though that's another, barely top 10 finish and hardly a kill. Crazy. Got a lot to look at here before we move into the final map of the day, folks. Don't go anywhere. It's about to be crazy on the last drop.
And I'm feeling stupid.
You're not stupid. I'm feeling stupid.
I'm feeling stupid. You know,
Why?
Neither of us picked NIP to look great, and they look great.
Well, then everyone in the venue's stupid, because I don't think anyone had NIP up where they were.
Did you hear that? All of you are stupid. That's right. All of us going to get our keys crushed because none of us saw this one coming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Warzone here at EWC 26. Falcons fans absolutely turn as they should be. The squad's looking great. Man, NIP.
Yeah. I mean, it starts the way you expect. Falcons second, Falcons first, and then all of a sudden, some ninjas in some pajamas. Looking hot, dude. I mean, they've been the most consistent so far, not just in placement, but also in kill tally. They're pretty good.
All the makings of a team looking to get out of groups. Very, very exciting stuff. What a cool tournament we've had so far. I mean, nearly finished. We've got a couple more games to go still, and it has been a very, very exciting first day of Warzone here. We're going to take a little stroll down this incredible set here in Paris. And as we said before, the crusher behind us, the keys of all of our teams here in the tournament. Tomorrow, we do indeed crush, destroy, not just the keys, but their dreams and hopes as well.
Here for that. I'm here for that negative energy. No, I mean, this is a really interesting group, and I really like what we were talking about just kind of throughout this so far, is it's kind of going as expected, and I'm waiting for someone else to pop up and immediately start to find some takeover moments. AGAL look pretty solid, but they're really not making as much noise in the leaderboard as you would expect. This is the dance of their people.
I'm enjoying this quite a lot. We're waiting for an upset. We're waiting for a massive event, a cataclysmic shift here in the world of Warzone. But it hasn't happened yet, and a real reason why that hasn't happened, a player by the name of Hisoka, and Barney, was talking to his dad.
Right, you are, gentlemen. What an awesome time we're having out here at the Esports World Cup. The Gadir City grid is lighting up, and we've got plenty of people here to see loved ones, friends, family, and I'm joined by Soka's dad. Of course, who else's dad is this going to be? Tank by name, Tank by nature. Tank, what's the experience been like since you landed here in France? Because I've been told by Soka earlier today that you got your passports literally just for this trip.
Absolutely. So, first time out of the country. Always just flying around in the nation. We're from Shoreview, California. First time out of the country, here in Paris, France. Here to support our son, man. It's a blessing that we're here. It's a blessing that he's here. It's a blessing that the Falcons put him on this trip to do this and do our best and just show the gamers out here the support that we are here for his family.
I mean, speaking of support, like, I'm a dad. We have plenty of talent who are working at this event, who are also fathers. Tell us what it's like to actually be here in an environment like this, seeing your kid thrive on a stage and, you know, arguably be the best player in a game and in an event like this. What's it like as the dad?
It's surreal because coming from our background as Polynesians, we don't play games for a living. We like to play football, play rugby, you know, do something physical. But this is a different avenue to show our people back home that we can do this. We can hang with all these cool kids over here that, you know, wear glasses and all that. You know what I mean?
We're about to close out the group stage. So if you could say anything to Soko right now, leading into these final games, and you know the group stage, he seems like a relaxed guy. You can see him on the screen right now. He's really calm, cool, collected. What kind of words of encouragement would you give him?
Hey, just know back home, man, you got plenty of family here, plenty of family back home. We got your back no matter what. Win or lose or draw, we're here. God bless everybody. Inshallah. Falcons on top. Thank you.
I'd love him to be backing me up. I thought I went to the gym, but holy smokes. Right, we're going to go into our next game of the group stage. It's time to close it out. Tarsus, over to you.
Thank you, Barney, and a great interview, as always, with my man, Tank. Dude, I've known that guy for years, and he has been nothing but supportive for his son and, frankly, the whole community. It's been really cool to see him. I mean, I think he, like, tore down the bars at ATL when Falcons won and just, like, sprinted into the player area to go hug his son. Like, it is that level of support that can drive a player like this to be truly great.
I don't think I've ever seen a Warzone event where he hasn't been here for Hisoka.
Yeah,
that is like everybody knows that, everybody can see that, and I think it's always great to see that he's got that support.
Yeah, 100%. Well, folks, we're moving into the last map of the day. This is it. Not for group stages, mind you, but the last map of the day. This will put us to halfway point through our group stages as we do it again tomorrow. We move into Fortune's Keep, and NIP is on top, man. This is crazy.
Well, we got JDG leading the leaderboard at first place, 121 points below that for Ninjas in Pajamas after a win in Game 5, 108 points. They are trailing JDG, but still in position to qualify pending tomorrow. AGAL as well, just below that in third place, 95 points. Gentlemates and Falcons rounding out that top 5. So what a crazy day it's been for this group.
And again, I know the Falcons have been playing well. They did win 2 maps in a row and get second on the first map. But the last couple of maps, they've basically done nothing. And unfortunately for the Falcons, that's too many maps where nobody else is striking that's underneath them. The Gentlemates doing well, top 5 now, but they're still a top 5 team after 2 dud maps. It can't happen. The Falcons are too good. You have to take advantage.
But it's also been because of some teams overperforming and contesting them on these rotations.
Here we go.
NIP shuts them out in game number 5. They get shut down in Rebirth Island for a 10th place finish. And now in game 6, everything's on the mind of what can the Falcons bring, and can NIP keep it going?
Take a look at Gentlemates, number 7, bottom left. Again, alone, overlooking town is theirs completely, but they do have to rotate again. We pull further to the east, and so we'll take a look, of course, the Falcons up at Keep, but JDG leading the lobby right now. That's that leaderboard Seymour just broke down on the right. This is the top team today. They have been shooting nukes. They were fantastic in Atlanta. They were the top fragging team, and they're doing it again, and this time by even bigger strides. 86 kills thus far.
We are going to keep our eyes on, obviously, teams that are qualifying, but look at the bottom 3 in the leaderboard. Nemesis, Godlike, New Icons. Nemesis still have a chance to overtake Gamix, Leviathan, and Fnatic.
How the heck is Slappy? Finally, he goes down. Again, JDG doing a great job with a single fragger out on the map while the other 2 play together. And they're out actually by Winery, going to be contesting NIP here shortly. But take a look at Keep. Again, the Falcons in group stages changing things up. They want to put people a little uncomfortable. They want to put some of this LAN inexperience on display and in the forefront of many people's minds. To do that, they change everything up. They throw the playbook out the window and they start landing in some of these hot spots. And maybe this is a nod, like the Mansion drop was, a nod at a team like Twisted Minds of what they could expect into the future. Can you really predict where the Falcons will land on any map, on any given day? For now, Vicious trying to figure out where they are.
It's a good strategy. I mean, you expect yourself to make it, whether it's the survival stage or just auto-qualifying for the finals. I mean, you expect to be there on Sunday. Just make it a little bit harder for other teams to qualify, and I think that's what the Falcons are really going to be looking to vie for. Hisoka, he gets caught on the rooftop by Adrenaline. But Adrenaline's not going to be safe and sound. He does get some help, and
ladies and gentlemen, bodies being shot. The Vicious send the Falcons back to the lobby. The Falcons are done today. 3 bangers, 3 duds, and this time, the first team out. They will not be top 5 moving into day 2. We still have half the group stages. They still have a chance to go straight to the finals, but they're gonna have to work a little bit tomorrow.
I gotta say, I mean, we haven't really talked too much about them, but the Vicious have been pretty good. I mean, they haven't been getting final positions, but they have been shutting down a lot of good teams.
They won the MENA region by 40 points. This is a solid team. A slightly untested region, sure, but even still, they're putting some of their slaying power on display, and I think they're about to ego chow every... Wait a minute! AGAL are out too!
What?
He said it's just that easy. He's shaking his head, shoulder shrugging. These guys are out for blood.
Mana. Wow. Go over towards Amir and the rest of Leviathan that are looking for a pick-me-up, and they got JDG in their sights. Amir's going to get traded out. Leviathan have been non-stop trying to just get themselves back into position after starting the day top 4 across Haven's Hollow. Rebirth Island and Fortune's Keep has been a nightmare for them.
To set the tone for tomorrow, Vicious's kills there were very important. AGAL was in 3rd place overall. Falcons were in 5th, and they're both the first 2 teams out of the map at the Vicious's hands. This is going to open up the leaderboard a bit to prep for tomorrow. Here we go, to the water we go, as it looks like Godlike's still in a bit of a blender, trying to hunt down the last remnants of Leviathan with a little bit of help over the top.
We're into the second circle, minute 30 left, still for it. You can start to see things centralizing once again. Very similar to what we had back in game number 5. It's going to force some rotations out of town, going to force some rotations up from the south, and everything's going to be pushing away.
Here we go. Looks like new icons are trying to find some freebies in the water. For fun, wiped, confirmed. For fun, not their day. Gonna have to turn things around tomorrow. Go to the VOD review, figure out where people are landing. Why did it not go their way? Were they just not winning their fights? Or was there something else they could fix? Looks like Leviathan will live true to their icon and be a Leviathan literally in the water, consuming all, trying to regain. Amir has like 4 from the water as we do see another team go down, and that's going to be Fnatic.
I'm liking that we're on Orchid right now because who's gone in this game right now? Falcons and AG Global. Those are 2 teams that made Orchid's life a living nightmare back in the last game, so this could be a big game for this squad.
Nemesis on main, frankly, have been fairly quiet. This is a game that won the APAC quals by like a billion. They had like 450 points in 11 games.
And really, they just need a good game here, and that's going to get them out of that elimination spot. And all they need is one good game to boost them up the leaderboard.
King AJ, nice one. Again, NIP have had Winery for free. And so their anchor is sitting in Winery while the 2 fraggers go out onto the map and can do whatever they want. There's nobody within a country mile of Winery, while up in Keep, things are a little bit different for G2. Again, Fortune's Keep is a map that they've actually done quite well on in the past. Fairly quiet in comparison, but they're still a team that is near top 5 of the leaderboard and can make a play for it right now with 2 of the teams, like we've mentioned, out of it. They're in 7th overall at 80 points going into this map, and they've got a nice power position inside of Keep. This next couple zones will dictate how they rotate and how long they can last in this game, but things moving very quickly in Fortune Keep standards. We're already down to 10 teams, and we're not even into the 3rd zone. This is extremely quick.
Yeah, people are getting risky, and it looks like Gentlemen's are starting to make some moves. Top Spiral as Orchid's going to get dropped down just to 1 player, forcing some quick movements away from both them and Nemesis. You got Spiral still if you're Orchid, Nemesis hot in your trail, and Gentlemates are starting to move down to the grotto.
Big fight here, Godlike and Gamax. Fairly inconsequential in terms of the leaderboard, but both desperately needed. Trick Empathy on 6. Dangerous said it already. Not trying to beat a dead horse, but Trick Empathy needs some help right now. Nice nade all the way through. Will force one in. Unfortunately, loses the chow, gets barrel stuffed, and sent back up into the skies. The team's still alive, but barely, because they've got a swimmer. JDG overlooking the rocks like hawks, looking for some freebies down below. JDG need a decent game at most to maintain the top position on the leaderboard, as unfortunately Godlight goes back to the lobby, and again, left hit the VODs.
I mean, it was kind of a God wipe right there from Melvin. Nice shots from the perch. Hawks feasting. JDG in control of Lighthouse, in control of the coast. And looking just at the rest of the circle as we're closing in on the third one. It's going to pull us into the center of the gatehouse, forcing the rotations out of keep into the grotto, where that's where Gentlemates are.
And this is a bit of a repeat of history, but finally they're the ones that are the victors of that history. They've hunted down Kazu, and they've won out in Grotto, whereas otherwise they lost last time. Big question right now is, can they wipe? Yes. Now, can they get the heck out of here? This low ground can be quite dangerous unless they want to play for late game here. I don't love the position, and I'm not sure the Gentlemates do either. They're going to head to the coast and look for some more kills.
There's a couple of strong battles going on right now. It's NIP versus G2 and Orchid versus Nemesis. Both of them looking for high ground control in the rotation of the final circle.
Play from Spiral here. On the edge. Gatehouse, yes, the edge of keep. Nemesis, a team desperately needing some more points. JDG finding their points actually on the Gentlemates. Grom able to trade one. Can he get two? Slapping extremely low. Unfortunately, Grom plays around the edge of that pillar, but can't dance the pole as well as he would like to. Goes down, and Gentlemates a solo, but an anchor hollow alive inside of Grotto. They're going to stay there. It's still deep inside of zone and a dangerous place for other people to push to, while off-screen NIP catching the wrong end of the barrel. The Fraggers, G2, able to win their engagement, but again, NIP's fine. They've got their anchor in Winery. They're likely going to have to move here with the new zone. This is a big zone.
Where's it going to pull? If it goes north, it's great for G2 in the way that they're looking. But it doesn't. It pulls back south. And that's where JDG now has some great positioning on the coast. Nobody behind them. All eyes forward. And everybody's got to rotate through each other to get to JDG.
And again, Gentlemates down in Grotto. They've full regained here. This is a nearly identical zone that we saw in the last map. Just a hair more east. JDG have been chilling in Cove since the beginning of the game. Just picking up free kills, doing their thing. Kind of been allowed to just kind of win day one. I mean, kind of regardless. NIP maybe could go get a win here, get the 1.6 with enough kills to make a difference on the leaderboard, but otherwise, JDG's got this in the bag, man. They're moving different. Let's see if they can clutch it up with the zone pulls that they're getting.
I wonder who's going to make that first move. I mean, you can see that G2 are looking for space into the center of the circle. And IP will be watching that, but it's just trying to find that positioning. Showstopper, how did he find that inside? He goes down at the front of keep.
Yeah, G2 are actually on a heater right now.
Timing.
A lot of eyes on Big Man, and he will fall, but he was on 7 kills. G2 kind of safe inside of Spiral. It is truly dependent on how aggressive Orchid gets on the north side. You can see the regains coming in for G2 here. Scythe on 3, Big Man on 7, double digits without their Fragger Anxiety being shown. Ooh. There it is. They're on 16 right now. Could pick up a full team of 3. Anxiety just gonna full send. Ego Chow comes in, and the Ego stands tall. G2 are swinging for the top of the leaderboard. They were in 7th going into this one.
Where does it pull? Oh, it's going to pull right for G2. So they don't have to go anywhere right now, and they have the ultimate height. Gentlemates has to move north. JDG has to move north. And Nemesis are still cowering behind these buildings, just trying to find some space.
A big wipe on Team Orchid. Very consistent Team Orchid, but no crazy bangers. JDG gonna have to make a pretty tough rotation here. Would love to do a quick listen in with the team at the top of the leaderboard as Slappy has found his way to 8 kills, but they've got NIP in their way, and he will fall first.
Left, look over, look over. Same. I'm trying to look left. Yeah. I can't get up to you, Tabby. You can. Pressing. Can we maybe kill left kids? Where is up on my left, Read the back, quick here on the right, bro. With the mask, come on. Yeah, come on. On me, cross. On my right. Two. Get inside. Get inside. I can't cross you guys, by the way. Very good. What's on the roof? Yeah, okay. We should kill this guy quick, man. He jumped off the roof. I'm right. Fling them. I'm dead. Have you on me? Yeah, I'm here. 20 punch. The wall. You know what.
It was nearly a perfect play
They struck while the iron's hot. They felt like they had an advantage, and they full sent in, and they got to zone. But Gentlemates shot him in the back. Gentlemates have lost some in transition as well, and it's NIP's King AJ last alive for his team. G2 are going to win this map unless something catastrophic happens.
The only team that can really fight them is Nemesis. It's a 3v3, and Gentlemates bring themselves back, and they're going to be full squad again.
What a double buyback. Can the Gentlemates find stabilization on a map that is this chaotic? I don't think so. It's just more feed to the fodder. Anxiety's on 9, and G2 wipe the regain Gentlemates and say thank you so much for the points. Limax with a nice angle. Anxiety goes down. G2 have the zone, but Nemesis have the player advantage.
Bottom 3 team versus a top 6 team. What a moment this would be for the APAC.
As Big Man proved that he can compete on LAN. All eyes were on this man right here. Anxiety, top fragging for the roster, but Big Man right behind. Anxiety getting the help he needs to make G2 a top 5 team going into day 2 of groups. Now they got a chance to win. Can we get that all too elusive 1.6x multi with one going down? It's possible that res will pop through. They've got to get some advantage when they get one down and they don't get anything. The only thing they've gotten is a nice rotation. Look at Big Man. He's already played out far right side. I don't know that Nemesis have seen him yet. Gonna shoot first, maybe at Levi?
He's got to find a kill.
Uh-oh. Nemesis also sending one to early rotate, but they haven't seen each other yet. Bray right next to him. He hears the shots and goes, oh, shoot. Levi's down. A 2v2. Big Man having to be a hero.
Limax?
Got a chance. Limax gets gunned as well. G2, are they going to win a 2v3? And they make it look easy. They've finally done it, folks. This is G2's first map win on LAN ever. And they do it with a crazy amount of kills.
What happened to Limax? I mean, you just look over the side, he just bleeds out. 2v3 for G2, and look what it means to this squad. Atlanta, Anxiety, top of the fragging leaderboard. No map wins. They looked good, not good enough to take a win. But you go to champs, you go to EWC, and this G2 squad, although slow start to the group, they end on top.
I know the big conversation with B is that everything's gone to script. And I think the only wrinkle in that IDP is that G2's time to step up and step out. And that's exactly what's happened in day 1 of the group stages. What a win. Let's take a look back on their win and how it went down. Big Man found the angle on 1. We don't see the kill on Limax, but then Brave was just a sitting duck. Big Man made the early rotation. Let's listen in.
I'm plating. One shot. Good shit! Fucking go! Fucking shit, boy. Let's fucking go! Fucking shit. Bro, it's only 2 of them. Bro, I think he knows my guy, bro. Holy fuck.
There's a celebration finally, a well-earned one. Their first map victory, but it felt like clinical for them, frankly. What a banger map. And it started, remember where it started. They ended up winning out in Keep. They just leapfrogged that leaderboard with a 1.6x. What a huge jump for a team that was knocking on the door of a top 5 position going into day 2.
We got to talk about Nemesis too, because this squad has been on the back end the entire time. Bottom 3 going into game 6, second place finish. Surely that's going to put them in a spot that can actually contend to make it to maybe the survival stage on day 3. And everything in a comparison, they were side by side with Leviathan. I mean, they gotta be neck and neck going into tomorrow.
I mean, it's actually a fairly good comparison between Leviathan and Nemesis. Leviathan started super hot and then slowed way down.
Yeah.
Nemesis started super slow and then ramped things up here at the very end. And again, it's about setting yourself up well for tomorrow. The road is going to be easy for some of the teams at the top of the leaderboard. Falcons will not find themselves in a top 5 position going into day 2. Will they be top 5 at the end of day 2? Maybe. But G2 have certainly moved up to the top 5 position. Folks, let's head down to Barney with a quick interview.
Oh, day 1 has now come to a close, and the groups are absolutely popping off. Speaking of popping off, I got FIFA kill here from AGAL. Dude, let's talk a little bit about today. Obviously, that final map wasn't how you wanted to close out day 1, I can imagine, but a solid day nevertheless. Tell me about today from your perspective.
I mean, game one, you know, we didn't really know who was going to land where, so just getting into the tournament a bit slowly. Unfortunate map one, it could have been a banger, but didn't turn out how we wanted. But we kept calm, got into the rebirth. That's our bread and butter. Dropped a banger on there, and that keeps us right in contention. Unfortunate last map, like you said, but still top 5 going into tomorrow. We're looking good.
Exactly, top 5, and that's all you need, let's be honest, and give you the most comfortable journey throughout this week. Now, let's talk a little bit about the team. Knight joining most recently. Has he been the missing puzzle piece? Because Atlanta didn't really go to plan. You've come out, Knight's joined, and now things seem to be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, we have more teammates than there are people in the crowd this year, so, you know, we figured it out at the end at least. Yeah, Knight came through, kind of saved us in a way, but we've been gelling. It was a bit of a teething issue at first, but everything changes when you get to LAN. I got a bunch of Lanimals on the team, the boys are frying, everything feels good.
It does, and it looks good as well. Finally, before I let you go, mate, little rumors floating around the social media sphere about potential retirement after this event. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about this right here, now that I've got you, so I've cornered you. What, say what you want to say, my friend.
I mean, we'll see what happens on Sunday. Also, if they let Scum and wear a hat next year, then I'll probably stay.
Brutal. I love it. Free for kill. Really appreciate it, mate. Thanks so much for joining me this interview. That was a great dab as well. What a day. What a way to end day one. But don't go anywhere because we've got Blaze with another interview on the other side of the stage.
Oh my God, Barney, my ears are ringing from that dap right here, but I got some animals with me on this side of the stage. I got FLS with me from JD Gaming, #1 in Group B. FLS, you guys play 6-map, top 6 in all the maps, and you come out with a win on Rebirth, and you drop the most kills in this group as well. Talk about day #1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. Still one more day to go though, but hopefully goes well as well.
Hopefully it does go well. Now, we know that you are the IGL on this team. Talk to me a little bit about what the strategy was before you guys touched the stage and graced the stage.
I mean, they're just listening very good to me right now and doing what I'm telling them to do. And yeah, they're both shooting their gun very good, fragging like crazy, so.
Like crazy, it may be even an understatement because Melvin, your teammate, first in kills, dropped 41 a day. Talk to me about him a little bit and the effort in which he's been putting out and to be able to make these games easier for the team.
I mean, Melvin is a fantastic player. I think he's the best teammate I've ever had, if I'm being honest, and very underrated. I would say I don't think people know how good Melvin is, and I'm just happy he's able to show how good he is.
I mean, he showed us all today, and he made a statement on this stage that he is ready to play, and he is going to be firing off on all cylinders. Now, the job is not done just yet. Still a lot for you guys to get done, but as you know, you're elated with this performance, but what do you want the JD Gaming fans to know as you guys get ready for day #2?
Thank you for all the support, and we're not done yet.
They are not done yet. Still a lot of Warzone to be played at EWC, but that's going to do it for me at FLS. Studio, take it away.
Job's not done, JD Gaming, even though you're currently in first place, because look what ended up happening with that was...
You guys didn't hear it because
nice.
I didn't put the mic too close, but
I heard
It's got crispy dab.
It wasn't great.
It's crispy. You're just jealous.
Yeah. We'll give it a
Not
try.
really.
We'll give ours a try tomorrow. But at the beginning of the day, actually halfway through Group B, we were talking about how Falcons was doing so good, right? Fortune's Keep was going to be coming. They were supposed to be performing well too, but it ended up backfiring for Falcons.
Yeah, big fall off in those last 2 maps after the start. I mean, second, first doesn't get much better than that. But their kill tally today was not at the level that they would have expected it to be. And on the flip side of that, also that last map, 16th, no kills, really hurts them. They're outside the top 5 at the moment.
Scary. And what do we ask for? I mean, in the worst, meanest way possible. We were like, we'd like an upset. We'd like something horrible to happen.
We got one.
There it is.
Look at this one. Yeah, you might have been spot on with this one.
That's actually great.
Here you go.
That's very creative. That's very creative.
Especially halfway through that match. But I mean, honestly, let's talk about AGAL because that was a team that was able to bounce back too. They were able to get, I think, in game 4 is when they ended up getting 27 kill slays, and that's something that they needed because their first match they ended up in 16th place.
Yeah, we were sort of having that conversation about where were they for the first couple of games? Because I don't know, I wasn't watching and I didn't see it. But somewhere out of that gate, they obviously made it back. And this is a team that is obviously dangerous when they get the ball rolling. And I mean, placing in that top 5th, that's where you want to be.
That's exactly where you want to be, especially if you want to go directly to match point finals. As you can see, Team Orchid as well, currently being outside, but it is close enough because of those top teams. JD Gaming there with 146 as well. NIP was very consistent today.
Unbelievable. JD actually finishes top kills on the day and second best average placement on the day, just behind Twisted Minds. But Lace, G2. You called they were your pick.
G2.
I said they're going to finish top 3. Currently, we're both right. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, they were like super steady throughout the day, but they weren't doing anything, you know, groundbreaking. But obviously getting that win in that final match is thank you, G2.
Good,
It made my
honest
dreams come true. Yes, thank you. It's not all about me, but look, the consistency flowed through them. They were able to get those kills on the board, and I mean, yeah, to end in that position right at the last match, exceptional job from G2.
I'm just happy to see For Fun out of the bottom 3 for now, but a shocker there for Leviathan. Of course, their fans have been behind us. They've been very wonderful.
They're gone now.
That's a tough one. That's a tough spot to be in. But hey, what a crazy, crazy day as well. I mean, outside of some major changes there, I think for the Falcons, game plan looked, I think there's going to be some adjustments going into tomorrow. But what I'm excited for is it's not the easiest journey. You know, getting back into that one, that's a solid 20-odd points they were down. Yeah, it's an interesting competition now. Everyone was talking about how easy and smooth and predictable it was. My ass, ready to rock and roll into tomorrow.
It was starting to look like that, honestly, especially after those first 3 games. They ended up going back to back. We thought we're going to end up rolling through it. But also going to tomorrow, don't forget, we will have Group A once again. The last 6 matches for that group, top 5 will get a chance to go directly to matchroom finals. Bottom 3, those keys will be crushed. And same thing with Group B. And right now, we're getting a lot of surprises with Group B. Anything that surprised you today? Besides Falcons just kind of slowing down there on the second half.
NIP? I mean, it's the easy one without question. JDG had some metrics that lead us to believe that they were going to be good, maybe not this good. So I think just in terms of where we would have expected this group to have laid out after the first opening, Falcons outside of the top 5 is a big surprise. NIP this high up, big surprise.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Thank you.
Honestly, you know what? Make sure you tune in tomorrow because COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26 continues with day 2 of group stages. Falcons maybe making it to the top 5. Will Twisted Minds just continue to dominate? All those questions will be answered tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. None other than Miles Ross, Lace, I Whole Shift, and the 7WG. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ai. Mano, agora é hora de jogar, né, pai? Vai eu pôr o jogo pra abrir, mano. Vou pegar um suco ali, mano. Pô, tá louco aqui, viu, velho? Não tá fazendo calor nessa cidade, não, tropa? Pelo amor de Deus. Ô, mano, eu fechei meu negócio. Eu sou. Nossa, meu Deus. Não, eu também vou falar que você tá com o coração umas burradas, velho. Ô, tropa, nós estamos ao vivo lá também no YouTube, hein, pô. Mano. Velho. Mas eu tô pesquisando os negócios aqui e não tá aparecendo, tá ligado? Mano, que doideira é essa? Dificuldade. Sério, literalmente tive dificuldade que agora pra nada. Sério. Fazer só um suco ali, mano. Rapidaço. Eu tô com sede de suco. Ah, doido. Uhum. Ai, agora eu voltei. Tem uma plata, vocês. Não lembro desses aleatórios cansados. Rapaz. Qual é, meu mano? Boa tarde pra nós. Bora. Yeah. Bora. Bora.
Ixi, dinheiro aí, hein, mano.
O objetivo é simples.
Nossa, tá dando umas travadas.
Alvos da caçada.
Vai comer dando uma
Ah,
lagada.
mano, tá travando. Tá travando pra todo mundo, eu acho, hoje.
Tá mesmo.
Reforçando blindagem.
Hoje tem hora que tá dando umas travadas sinistras.
Nossa, que lag.
Vamos fazer o loadout. Selezar
Bora.
Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto do...
Estão caindo aqui comigo.
Faz aqui mesmo.
Ah, é casual.
Alvos da caçada foram pra cova.
É, bora.
Bom demais.
Ah.
Vem aqui, Guti.
Aqui, ó, a grana aqui. Ah, tu tá do outro lado. Tô na loja, pô.
Ah, você está na lorda aí? Tô aqui esperando.
Desce aqui, desce aqui.
Vamos lá, vamos lá. Tá, tá.
A Lúcia vai comprar.
Entrega de armamento seguindo pra aí.
Usando blindagem. Trocando de pente aqui. Me acertaram. Tô trocando pente. Reforçando blindagem. Usando blindagem.
O cara pediu o loadout aqui na frente aqui.
O que você tá fazendo aí, Guti? Parado aí.
Ah, eu não tô parado. Correndo pra caralho. Passando bot aqui.
Ainda tem companheiros fora da zona segura.
Vem aqui, galera.
Granada adesiva chegando. Recarregando.
Marquei os outros operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar ele.
Agora. Você contrata também que dá XP de arma.
Descendo na área.
Você avisa, tá? Na hora que for.
Diz o quê?
Avisa na hora que for. Concluir o contrato, pra passar pra arma certa.
Não sei se é minha internet, que meu irmão tá vendo Netflix aqui. Tá muito travado, cara. Não tô te escutando direito. Tá
Trocando de pente aqui.
Boa baixa. Marcando o resto
Rapaz.
do mapa. Boa caçada.
Você tá com uma tira assim.
Tem uma caixa de armamento chegando. Soldado inimigo. Alvo abatido. Marcando o resto deles.
Rapidinho.
Alvos definidos. Ao trabalho. Usa o mapa tático pra achar o resto dele.
Pulei o cara, velho.
Inimigo chegando na AO. Objetivo primário concluído. Todos os alvos eliminados.
Devagar.
Marquei os outros operadores desse esquadrão. Vai
Muito.
pegar ele.
Nossa. É preciso os bots.
Levando tiro. Trocando de pente aqui.
Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto dele. Levem seu esquadrão pra zona segura. Ninguém
Nossa,
fica para trás.
nossa, viado.
Soldado inimigo chegando.
Granada adesiva.
Uma égua. Só que a gente tá lagado. Vai estar o lobby inteiro lagado, tá doido.
Seu companheiro salva na luta. Bom trabalho.
Tem coisa pra pegar
Prepara
aqui.
pra remobilidade.
Me acertaram.
Tem um inimigo descendo na área. Olho no céu.
Chora não.
zona ativa. Preços da estação de compra ajustados.
Reforçando blindagem. Ponto marcado.
Quebrar a blindagem do outro.
Tático pra achar o resto dele. Alvo abatido, marcando o resto dele.
Presta atenção de
Boa
atira.
baixa.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada.
Reforçando blindagem.
Ah lá, 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 lá.
Ressurgência quase acabando. Faz valer a pena.
Tô trocando pente.
Vante aguardando.
Solicitando missão de Vante.
Drone de precisão pronto pra mobilizar.
Tem bala, velho.
Ainda tem gente do seu esquadrão fora da zona segura. Tem reforços chegando
Da
na
manga
área.
me matou.
Inimigo chegando na AO.
Sem combustível, sem combustível. Vante saindo.
Ajustando preços. Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático pra achar o resto dele.
Uhum.
Player ali.
Vai. Filha de uma égua.
Muito bem.
Ô, vamos reagrupar que tá começando a ficar ruim.
Bora, bora, bora.
A ressurgência não tá mais ativa. É agora ou
vamos.
Cê é louco, meu.
Aproveita essa chance.
Vou morrer mais longe.
Só faltam 10.
Atirando. Preciso de back.
Calma, calma, dá, tá casual, mano. Porra. Que isso.
Tô vendo calma pra esse lugar.
Só tem mais 4. Termina o trabalho.
Tá caro não.
Ainda tem 5 esquadrões ativos na AO. Gás se movendo.
Trocando pente. Tem um postinho marcado. Tô tomando tiro.
Ó, tem um squad aqui embaixo, aqui, galera, ó. Peguei. O gás vai pegar eles.
Marcando o destino.
Tá rushando nas
Vamos
costas de
vir pra
vocês
cá,
aí.
ó.
Caraca, fiquei com um de vida, o bot não finalizou.
Não baixa a guarda. Tem 3
Em
esquadrões ativos.
Eu acho que eu tô de boa aqui, hein.
Onde? Deixa eu ver.
O amarelo. Não tô nada. Era player, não era bot. O cara era ruim. Pô.
Preciso de um médico.
Acertou aqui, mano.
Ó, tu comprou todo mundo na loja lá, hein.
Só tem vocês dois. Acaba com isso agora.
Compra de volta. Eu tô pronto.
Vai lá, Chico.
Pera aí, vamos lá.
Pera aí, mano. Deixa eu passar uma capa aqui. Eu vou tentar ir lá. Vou dar cover nisso aqui.
Pô.
Os caras tão camperando.
Agora é só player agora, hein. 2 times, 4 contra 4.
Estão atirando.
Os caras estão tudo em cima, tá?
Vamos
pegar
pegar
isso.
Atenção. Ainda tem companheiros fora da zona segura.
Tô trocando pente. Reforçando blindagem.
Bombardeio aéreo na espera de alvos.
Tô ouvindo aqui, usou o gancho.
Mandando 16 disparos no alvo.
Matei um aqui.
na área.
Ah, mano. O cara camperando a porra toda em cima da caralho do telhado.
Nossa, viado, posso.
Segura agora. Ela ainda tá muito longe. Ataque aéreo.
Fica aqui, ó.
Cuidado.
Do telhado essa porra.
Que? Tava tudo sob controle.
Ah, velho.
Deitei.
Tenta ir loja, tenta ir loja, tenta ir loja.
Aí, o cara tem estrela. Pega, pega. Assim.
Vai loja, vai loja.
É nossa, mano.
Boa.
É boa, tropa.
Boa, boa.
É isso aí,
Boa,
caralho.
isso
Maçã.
Aí,
eu posso te ajudar.
FG 42, FG 42.
Pra trazer eles de volta.
A primeirinha do dia com a vitória é boa. Começar. É doido, cachorro. Deu uma sapa. Primeirinha do dia. Fala, Lourdes. Como é que você tá? Boa tarde. Primeirinha do dia com a vitória insana. Eu vou trocar essa outra. Querem ver com a arma ali, pô. A arma ali me deixou curioso. Ela é fuzil de assalto. É essa aqui, ó. Tem que liberar ela ainda. Liberar ela. Hum. Vamos ver de qual é. Isso aí é o novo passo. Levei para título de batalhas. Muita novidade. Ai, 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 todo mundo apareceu. Vai estar precisando um das skins. precisando das skins, rapaz. Você não tem nem ideia, moço. Sério mesmo. Moço. Deixa eu te falar que você viu tem a mentira da verdade, da mentira da verdade. E a mentira. Vamos procurar. Revezada, vamos ver qual partida que vai vir para nós. Não vamos. Vamos ver. Cara, partida. Ó, eu tirei a tela aí, gente. Formal. Primeira partida no dia não ganhou, né, Zé? Os aleatórios canseiras. Acho que eu vou mais uma coisa aleatória. Depois eu puxei meu solinho padrão. Opa, joia, né? Bom, bom também. Bom, bem bom. Bora começar a brincadeira. Vai, não. 33, esperar a próxima rotação. E ela falou assim, opa, eu falei, epa, e ela falou, opa, e eu falei, bom também. Aí, ó, próxima rotazione. Chegando em 3, 2, 1. Pô, tô no script. Bora. Bora não. Tchau!
Checa suas armas e equipamentos. A gente vai mobilizar logo logo.
Pô, tô na preguiça de editar uns vídeos, mano. Que paisagem bonita.
Acabou a brincadeira. Chegou a hora de lutar de verdade.
Vamos lutar.
Queima, queima.
Ressurgência! Sobreviva para remobilizar colegas caídos. Mate para fazer isso mais rápido.
Beleza. De novo. Não vou jogar mesmo mapa 3 vezes, não. Tá doido? Mesmo mapa 3 vezes. Eu não aguento isso, não. Eu não tenho paciência pra isso, não. Mas não tenho medo. Tá louco? Ai, pai, para. Cansei de esperar. Bota nessa metinha aí próprio. 20 de pra nós, cada rosinha. Vambora. Esperar pra próxima da chance, não? Não vai achar agora. Vai. Nossa, mapa chato, moço. Eu espero, tenho paciência. Eu tenho o dia todo. E é mentira dela. Joga com a arma que os caras estavam jogando no campeonato. Marcou a torre, vamos ver. Uhum. Vamos ver. $592. Talvez possa melhorar. Porém, esquisita, né? Estranha ela, pô. Meio estranha, fora do comum. Mais ou menos parecendo normal, tá? Tá com 596 ela. 576. 560, mano. Não ficar bom dela. 576. O que pagar também tá bom. Muito fora que demora, viu? Eu vou pegar um suco ali, mano. Fazer um pão de queijo enquanto essa rotação. Faz a vontade dela.
Gua tu è che di fortuna è sfruttato. No, che cazzo vai, mi è sfruttato.
Pegar o cartão, pegar o cartão, pegar o cartão. Um time em cima aí, um time em cima esperando a gente.
Vamos.
Telepata. Chegando. Tô chegando.
Pegou especialista.
Bora.
Sobe.
Ponto marcado.
Olho no céu.
Estão atirando.
A porta tá aberta, hein?
Vai lá. Vou parilhar lá agora. Acabo comendo pãozinho de queijo.
Vai se vingar.
Bora.
Soldado inimigo chegando.
Rapaz! Tá de problema.
Estação de compras vulnerável detectada. Clica nela antes do tempo acabar para receber o item com desconto.
Ô, mano, que besteira.
Trocando o peito.
Tô subindo.
Seu companheiro tá de volta na luta. Bom trabalho.
Ele pegou seu especialista. Tá em cima. Tá ali, tá ali, tá ali, tá ali, tá ali. Tá lá do lado lá.
Cara na parte de cima.
Correu ele, correu. Ele aqui, ó. Ele tá ele correndo, correndo, correndo.
Ah, mentira, viado. Tô lá, aí. Pô, perdi meu especializador. Pô, de bobeira.
Inimigo chegando na área ativa. Seu colega tá remobilizando. Muito bem.
Nossa, mano, o cara tá marcando aqui dentro. Cara, lixo, velho. Eu vou arrancar de dentro desse barraco. Eu vou arrancar ele daí de dentro, velho. Na marra.
Onde ele tá, irmão?
Alguém me ajuda aqui. Vamos. Hora da vingança. Você vai remobilizar.
Onde ele tá? Onde ele tá? Vem pra trás.
Boa baixa. Marcando o resto desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada. Soldado inimigo chegando.
Porra, tem um cara lá em cima, velho. Ele não sai lá do tadinho. Fica nessa parte aí, o cara.
Uma nova chance. Vai valer a pena. Tem coisa pra pegar aqui.
Em cima.
Inimigo chegando na AO. Estação de compras vulnerável marcada. Bate elas. Recarregando. Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto deles. Boa baixa. Marcando o resto desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada. Tô levando tiro.
Essa viado. Cara, é daí de cima. Fica na condição.
Tá de volta. Vai lá quebrar tudo. Anti-inimigo no ar. Você tá no top 10. Tem 10 esquadrões ativos na área.
Reforçando blindagem.
Marcando localização. Marcando área alta. Tem um inimigo descendo na área. Olho no céu. Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto
Jogando
deles.
clarão.
Vão pra
Calma, a
zona
gente vai.
segura. Já se aproximando.
Reforçando blindagem.
Estação de compras vulnerável fechada. O contrato falhou.
Por baixo, por baixo, por baixo, por baixo.
Trocando de pente aqui.
A liquidação acabou. Os preços voltaram ao normal.
Reforçando blindagem.
Inimigo na área. Ataque aéreo de precisão pronto para luta. Caixas de suprimentos localizadas. Assegura. Inimigo chegando na AO.
Junta, time, junta, junta, junta. Aqui, vai descer aqui, ó.
Urgência desativada. Agora é tudo ou nada. Lance inimigo no ar.
Tô trocando pente.
Bora. Aqui é um ataque aéreo. Tem um cara em cima de nós.
Granada adesiva chegando.
Vai pra zona segura.
Vem, sai, entra. Entra. Porra.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Quer comprar o seu ali, meu mano? Cara comigo.
Faltam 4.
Tem um cara dentro da prisão aí, cuidado, hein. Boa.
Tamo junto, meu mano. Vai.
Manda suporte aéreo agora.
Vão pra zona segura. Kit de auto-reanimação aqui. Casa a caminho. Essa melhoria de agora é top 3, não baixa a guarda. Tem 3 esquadrões ativos. Olho aberto.
Vai a blindagem.
A gente perdeu os locais das caixas de suprimentos. O contrato já era. Soldado inimigo chegando.
Carregando.
Vão até a zona segura. Carregando a área.
Tô do seu lado, babaca.
Vai morrer, irmão. Se entrega.
Tô trocando pente.
Eles não sabiam
Pô.
que estavam lidando. Boa, pessoal.
Vamos ir. Não teve jeito com ele, não.
Deixa eu voltar com vocês, irmão. Jogar de novo com vocês. Bora. Puxa de novo todo mundo.
Ah. Eu vou. Duas já? Duas. Não, pô, duas. Putz, duas quedinhas já agora. Nossa. Aí, nós estamos brincando. Vou puxar uma sala mesmo. Bom, que eu acho. Será que eu já liberei a arma lá já? Ah, caramba, aquela arma ali, rapaz. Você viu isso? O meu rajada dela é forte. Agora na próxima. Ai, que tristeza. Por que o robôzinho não é de graça, né, mano? Podia dar uma skin aqui, cara. O Black of Cell. Olha lá, Black of Cell. Mas aí quando é só uma arma, é de graça. Nem pra ajudar, ó, a comunidade bloqueada, mas não é de graça. Truco. A fortuna skip, eu não tô aguentando ver fortuna skip, não é, não. Não é essa. Deixa eu ver. Acho que eu vou. Não. Vou não. Deixa eu ver se eu vou trocar esse negócio dessa arma. Pulou com mel. Aí eu bebo por conta. Bebo de nada. Nem sei o que eu vou fazer. Pela grafitinha, não sei. Também não sei, não. Várias opções. Acho que eu vou pôr um caveirinho, vai destacar, não vai? Mijão de batata. Amiguito, começou a jornada. Né? Vambora. Não ficou feio não, rapaz. Não ficou feio não, moço. E aí, você não fala que ficou feio. Eu posso querem testar com essa daqui, hein? Com essa. Com essa. Trai o máximo da sala. Agora um prestígiozinho, né? Então você quer passar a rotação do mapa já, mano? Nós vamos nesse mapa aí mesmo. Vamos. Eu nem joguei esse modo aqui. Bem querendo ver. Tá curioso que esse servidor caiu na pra fui jogar.
Tá na mãe, vocês, pai. Você não, velho. Não sei, eu não sei, tá ligado? O que aconteceu da treta de vocês aí no WhatsApp. Eu também não quis saber quando eu conversei com o Ferreira e com o Edson, mas os caras falaram que não tá mais afim de jogar com você. Não, do nada não. Foi que deu aquela treta de vocês lá no WhatsApp que eu nem sei o que aconteceu, tá ligado? Nem fiquei sabendo. Qual que foi a da treta? Só sei que parece que vocês tretaram no WhatsApp ou alguma coisa do você com o Ferreira. O Ferreira, não sei se você falou algumas coisas pro Ferreira no WhatsApp. Sei lá, velho. E o Ferreira, eu falei também, não quis saber não, tá ligado? Só que daí o dia que nós foi jogar junto, o Ferreira falou, ah, mano, não joga mais com esse moleque aí não. O Edson falou também, não joga mais não. Aí eu fiquei, ué, porque eu não tava sabendo de nada, tá ligado? Mas é isso aí, mano. Mas o Ferreira também não tá jogando mais muito não, o Ferreira tá jogando bem pouco. Essa semana eu nem joguei com ele, hoje é quinta-feira, não joguei nenhum dia com ele. Que não tá jogando. Aí eu não sei qual que é da treta não, mano. Aí é isso, que nem agora. O Edson foi jogar, que nem eu já tava jogando com o Edson. Eu não me importo jogar com você, jogar com os caras, eu tô neutro, mano. Tô neutro no meio do bagulho aí. Mas que nem, como eu já tava jogando com o Edson falou que ia só buscar o filho dele e daqui a pouco ele voltava, daqui a uns 40 minutos mais ou menos. Aí eu vou voltar a jogar com o mano, tá ligado? Aí como ele não vai querer jogar com você... Pode falar. E cortou tudo o áudio. Cortou tudo o áudio. Cortou tudo o áudio. Cortou tudo o áudio. Cortou tudo o áudio.
Todas as estações. Shadow 1 falando. A nossa mobilização foi autorizada.
Não lembro não. Mano, enfim, velho, eu nem quero desenrolar o bagulho, eu só tô passando o que tá acontecendo. Aí, pra você não ficar chateado depois, a hora que o Edson voltar, eu vou voltar a jogar com ele, entendeu, mano? Nós já tava jogando. Só pra você não ficar aí, ó, o cara cuzão, me abandonou, largou eu aqui, papapá.
O Zeca é cuzão, mano.
Você, Vaguinho, você, velho, ele abandonou na hora que foi, eu não tô nem aí.
Ih, caralho. Ah, é o... Não. Como é que chama esse modo aqui? Nossa. Lockdown lá. Lockdown. Essa CBR aí sem mira eu não consigo jogar não, mano. Não acerto o tiro.
Caralho. Oh shit! Ah! Travei tudo.
De volta nativa.
A gente tá avançando na zona.
Ô, rato. Eu nem tá aí mais. Eu voltei, mano. Voltei. Meu jogo bugou. Crashou, reiniciou aqui. Eu consegui voltar. Nossa, eu tô aqui paradinho aqui, ó. Nem sabia, pai.
Vamos voltar
Tô com o Juggernaut aqui, ó. Carinha do Juggernaut, ó.
Ah! Fui com o carrinho pra matar o cara e me mataram.
Que arma ruim, velho.
Tô trocando pente.
Então, mas eu sou mais agressivo, pai. O feeling dela pra mim tá melhor.
Reforçando blindagem.
Bravo tá comprometido. Controlando o Bravo. O inimigo tá na frente, marcando as localizações. Controlamos Bravo.
Ah,
Manda
na
arriba.
costa, filho da puta.
Assegurem para ganhar mais pontos.
Oi, oi.
Inimigo descendo na área.
Liga, liga.
Que é o mano que tá jogando de véu 46, meu Deus.
Tem uns caras que é normal jogando.
Não é possível, cara.
Zonas ativas. Se mexam. Controlamos Charlie.
Vai lá não, amigão. Eu te vi.
Brinquei, cara.
Tem uns caras que é de outro mundo.
De volta nativa.
Estamos atacando Charlie. As zonas vão mudar em 15 segundos. Bravo tá comprometido. Soldado inimigo chegando. Controlamos Bravo. Bravo tá carregando.
Não vai ficar vivo. Você morreu.
Acabou minha bala.
Zonas desbloqueadas e ativas.
Bora.
Ô, tem que ir lá nos pontos lá, os caras concentram lá nos pontos bagulho assim, ó.
Fazer a tal.
El que está cansé que se vaya porque muere.
Ih, morreu.
Controlamos Alfa.
De volta nativa.
Inimigo chegando na AO. Controlamos Bravo.
Morri.
Máquina de guerra pronta.
Me voy a ver, me parece que me hay bastante gente.
Não, morri não, que o cara tem o carrinho dele aqui.
Estamos atacando
Trocando de pente.
Peguei. Ô, louco. O que aconteceu? O cara levantou. Velocidade, velho. Que ele levantou, mano. Você é louco, pai. Vai acabar de derrubar ele.
Controlamos Alfa.
Ainda bem que isso aqui é bot, viado.
Controlamos Alfa.
Mano, eu derrubei um cara ali, o cara levantou.
Ah, para na seringa, viado.
Pai. Tá maluco, mano.
Vamos voltar pra luta.
Zona de alto valor localizada. Prioridade máxima.
DCR disponível.
Tem um inimigo descendo na área. Olho no céu.
Estão atirando.
O inimigo está cuidando Alfa. Controlamos Alfa.
Bora.
Esses carrinhos roubadinhos, esses carrinhos, velho.
Canhão de mão disponível.
Recarregando.
Lástima que carga medio lento ahora.
Estamos atacando Bravo. Zona tá atualizando em 15
Ah,
segundos.
tem um monte de cara
Odeio
aqui,
tirar
velho.
pica, odeio otário.
Rápido, ¿no?
Pega a B aí, ó.
Me reviví.
É, então, vou dropar na B aqui.
Objetivo atualizado. Garantam as novas zonas.
Mudou tudo.
Cai na onde?
Novas zonas ativas. Controlamos Charlie.
Muito dano também. Ah, já está. Já era, morri. Eu já tava na frente também.
Ah, vai se lá. Ah, bonzão.
O embaçadão.
É o cara de óculos.
De volta nativa.
Pô, mano, vamos dominar também as bandeiras aqui pra nós ganhar a partida. Que dane, né, mano?
Bora.
Ganha ponto dominar também, não ganha? Isso.
Ganha, pô. Aí que ganha mesmo.
Então vamos dominar.
Vamos lá.
Vou pegar o A aqui, ó. Eu tô chegando no A.
Toma,
Nem da
boludo.
onde eu tomei.
Controlamos Charlie. Ataque aéreo de precisão
louco, mano. Como é que o cara não morreu?
Tanto em si, bro.
Acabou a bala de uma arma.
Ah,
Ah, ruim é que não é metido ficar aqui no ponto, esperando, velho.
Para ganhar pontos mais rápido. Estamos atacando o Charlie.
Tem que ficar pelo menos 2 em cada ponto.
olha que mentira, viado. Acabei de tomar remédio, só da puta que pariu. Fica escondidinho lá em cima.
De volta nativa.
O inimigo está disputando alfa.
Aí o cara que
Papel de fumaça no aguardo. Controlamos Charlie.
Ah, então vai ficar ali esperando o cara pra matar. Não. Tá marcando ponto.
Ah, para!
Isso, velho.
De volta nativa.
Saber onde os caras tá vendo.
Fumaça pronto.
Vamos voltar pra luta.
Já, mano, isso foi rápido, hein, velho. Caraca.
Segurada. Soldado inimigo chegando.
Vou acabar aqui, mano.
O inimigo está disputando alfa.
Como é que não morre, velho? Tudo primeiro nesse corno.
Beleza.
Trocando de pente aqui. Tô sangrando.
Como que esse cara não... Nossa, velho, esse cara não morre não, velho.
Morre não, cara. Tá incrível ele aí. Tá doido?
Mare não sei o quê. Mare não sei o quê, velho. Ele tá doido.
Olha aí, cara.
Pelo menos não é.
Meu Deus do céu, velho. Que SMG de merda, mano. Que tiro, cara não cai, velho. Nossa, o cara tá dominando os lobbies, cara.
Tá sinistro.
Peguei quantos pontos já, né? Tá parado nos caras aqui.
Não, bro.
Quê? Ah, o cara tá de 12 de pouco até nesse modo. Meu pai.
Preciso de um ataque de napalm na minha mão.
Cadê os caras? Caramba, mano, o cara não arruma a bala, tio.
É isso aí, ó. É o que te matou. Esse cara não morre.
Olha aí, mano.
Ele não morre, esse mano aí. Ele não morre.
Não seguiu, não.
Tá doido.
Mata, aquí está el especialista, te lo marqué. Yo tengo especialista, no lo puedo agarrar.
De novo, tú, de novo.
Ele tá na frente. Eu não puedo agarrar.
Ó, tá na frente também. Estado dizer que é. Não morre.
Ataque aéreo inimigo na área.
Tô sofrendo aqui, mano. Olha onde é que o maluco tá.
Soldado
Ai,
inimigo chegando.
caraca. Só nesse joguinho mesmo, velho.
Trocando pente. Manda suporte aéreo agora.
Zonas de alto valor marcadas. Segurem para ganhar mais pontos.
Vamos ver.
Ah, mano. Você com 3 placas, velho?
Trinca, olha só.
Sim, mano.
Estão atirando. Sangrando.
Tá brincando.
Atenção, o tempo da missão tá acabando. Inimigo chegando na AO.
De volta na ativa.
Vamos!
Se preparem para continuar na pressão.
Tomar no nariz, rapaz.
Eu não sou líder não, né? Que meu caiu.
É louco. eu voltei. Ô, amigo. Tô maluco. Ó. E aí, biscoito? Boa noite pra nós. Fala aí. Fala tu. Como é que tá? Não, viado. Tive que ir ali. Ali eu tive que ir. Vai ser três aqui, não quer saber de nada, não. Pô, já passei raiva demais, viu, Zé? Você está aí por um ano. A live começou. Ô, tô passando errado. Eu tô passando raiva. Eu tô passando raiva. Tô. Menino, nem te conto. Se eu te contar, eu até preparação. Com você. See you. Colé, colé, colé. Tá de boa. Abençoe todo mundo aí, troca comigo. Esse tem meu também doido. Ó.
Checa suas armas e equipamentos. Você vai mobilizar. Chega de preparação. É hora de mobilizar e lutar pra valer. Ressurgência. Sobreviva ao cronômetro para poder remobilizar. Ganhe pontos para acelerar a contagem. de compras desprotegida detectada. Chega nela a tempo para receber um desconto. Cuidado! Operadores do esquadrão. Vai pegar ele. Chegando na AO. Alvo abatido, marcando o resto deles.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto deles. Boa, marcando o resto do esquadrão no mapa. Boa,
Vamos voltar pra
prepara, você vai voltar pra luta.
Tem coisa pra pegar aqui.
Tem um inimigo descendo na área. Olho no céu.
Anti-R pronto pra mobilizar.
O tempo acabou. A estação de compra está fechada.
Levante R na minha AO. Tô trocando pente.
Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático para achar o resto deles. Gás se movendo.
Acabou o combustível. Looking Glass saindo da AO.
Recarregando. Tô atirando.
Essa é sua nova chance. Vai valer a pena. Liquidação ativa. Preços da estação de compra reduzidos. Só faltam 10. Continua na pressão. Tem 10 esquadrões ativos na área. Marquei um ponto no mapa com inteligência inimiga. E assegurem ele. Soldado inimigo chegando. Se prepara. A janela de ressurgência vai fechar.
Realizando missão de Vant.
Tô levando tiro. A liquidação acabou. Ajustando preços.
Tô trocando pente.
Acabou o tempo da missão. Vant saindo da área.
Tô no meu último pente.
Marquei um grupo de operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar eles. Alvo abatido. Marcando o resto deles. A resistência já era. Sem mais segundas chances.
Aqui sim. Puta que pariu, morri.
A gente perdeu essa, mas a próxima é nossa. Ainda tem.
Colocando blindagem.
Tem 3 esquadrões ativos. Olho aberto.
Ô, viado, eu vou te contar, eu tô passando raiva com esse microfone, meu Deus. Tem hora que ele desligou aqui, acredita? Desligou, então é de brincadeira, moço. Ó.
Não enxerga, não!
O tempo acabou, você perdeu a inteligência.
Tô levando tiro.
Gás se movendo.
Sem movimentação. Achei movimentação.
Ai. Mas eu mandei o jogo começar alguma partida. Tá achando que é brincadeira. Ué. Ai, ai. Eu tirar essa colando, estranho. Pô. Não vou ficar por enquanto. É, ó. Chique na boia. Vou puxar uns aleatórios cansados.
Chegou agora com a mãozinha. Chegou tentando o pau do irmão.
A gente tá indo pra batalha. Pega suas armas e equipamento.
Vai.
Todas as estações, tá liberado. A mobilização...
Alguém, por favor, me diz que isso aqui é mentira.
Mentira.
Todos os campeões da
Mentira. É mentira. Vambora, tropa. Boa noite pra todo mundo.
Será que ele vai acertar esses últimos 5 anos? Antes de eu mostrar essa lista completa, já clica aí no botão de seguir, senão tu não vai já.
Não morra e mantenha seu time na luta. O estoque inteiro de Nova acabou de explodir. Removemos esse ritmo inibidor por um tempo.
Olha o dinheiro aqui, o dinheiro. Os caras já pegaram aqui, ó.
Tô trocando pente.
Tão rápido.
Ah, filho! Que se faz é que se paga. É o velho ditado.
Estão atirando. Caçadores assassinos indo com tudo.
Vai ficar.
Caralho.
Inimigo chegando na AO.
Reforçando blindagem. Caçadores assassinos indo com tudo.
Olha do robozinho.
Soldado inimigo chegando. Seu colega tá remobilizando.
Ah! Aí amarelo o cara, porra. Acabou a munição na hora.
Ah, sem arma, sem nada. Uma bermada.
Olha. O cara tá lá dentro ainda. Vai tentar Maria Ruana pra ele. Olha aí se ele é bom mesmo.
Boa baixa. Marcando o resto desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada.
Eu tava te caçando.
Reforçando blindagem.
Esse é o Maria Ruana aí.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Vai se comer.
Entrega de armamento seguindo pra ele.
Tem sim.
Inteligência inimiga localizada. Capturem e assegurem o ponto para saber a próxima propagação de gás. Inimigo chegando na AO. Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático para achar o resto dele.
Tô quase sem bala.
Ai. Ah. Pick up to three. No. Just
Tem um inimigo descendo na área. Olho no céu. Boa baixa. Marcando o resto desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada. Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático pra achar o resto deles.
Reforçando blindagem.
Levem seu esquadrão pra zona segura. Ninguém pode ficar para trás. Faltam 9. Continua pressionando.
Preciso de CAs na minha área. Eu ainda não morri.
tá, mentira.
Ajudem.
Ó, me tiraram, tá? Tá miado já.
Tem reforços chegando na área.
Ai, meu Deus. Oh meu Deus.
Caralho, tô sem.
De volta na ativa.
Você vai remobilizar. A liquidação tá ativa. Preços da estação de compra ajustados.
Bora, abre uma caixa aí, abre uma caixa.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Seu colega tá remobilizando. Muito bem.
Trocando de pente.
Tuas costas, amarelo, tuas costas, amarelo.
Vai pegar ele.
Oh.
Chegando na AO. Olho aberto. Tempo esgotado. O inimigo apagou a emergência.
Tô no meu último.
Caralho.
Ô, eita, agarrei, mano.
Ô, louco. Caralho. Dado aí, o Zé Coxinha aí.
Vamos. Você tá voltando pra luta. Aproveite essa chance. Marcando o resto dele.
Porra, vai tomar no cu, velho.
Reforçando blindagem.
Ressurgência desativada. Agora é tudo ou nada.
Tô trocando pente. Me acertaram. Tô quase sem bala.
Tem reforços chegando na área. Já chegando na sua área.
O Azul tem dinheiro aí pra vocês.
Chegaram no top 5. Ainda tem 5 esquadrões ativos na AO.
Só pros caras, pô.
Mobiliza um Vant R na minha AO.
Vai, filho, só pegar dinheiro, filho.
Tô levando tiro.
Azul não quer pra vocês não.
Agora é top 3, não baixa a guarda. Tem 3 esquadrões ativos. Olho aberto.
Eu te matei, caralho, agora eu te matei. Coxinha.
Tô trocando pente.
Pegar mais dinheiro aqui, mano. Tô vocês morrendo muito.
Vai dar bom, vai dar bom.
Alguém me compra de volta. Estão atirando. Tô levando tiro.
Só tem vocês dois. Acaba com isso agora.
Deu pra comprar um ainda. Ah. Tortinha.
Pedra boa, pedra boa.
Tinha menos de 5 ainda vivos. Quem sabe na próxima, né? Valeu o esforço. Não vamos debater. Voltem pra base pro relatório.
Ah, tá errado, pô. É só eu contra o squad inteiro.
É, chegou. Uhum. É evento. Já tá valendo já, né? Vários XP em dobro. Não basta ter essa a luta assim, coletando galões, combustível, em todos os modos. Então vai ter uns balões jogados. Preparar a ofensiva para trocar as recompensas. Tá. É. Caralho. Acabou faz muda de cor, é pressão, né? Acabou. Acabei de ver. É, muda de cor, caralho. Agora começa o início. Pega só a janela aqui, que não fica nem frio.
Ah, por isso que ele pediu contato com um cara aqui, pô. Ele pediu contato, ele mandou mensagem pedindo contato aqui.
Pois é, mas não tem um tecladista não. Hã?
Ele ia botar outro cara lá, né?
Ah, é, Felipe me... Felipe Fux. É mais nem tu ir lá com o teu teclado.
E tu não vai também, não?
É, bora lá, eu vou contigo, eu te chamei ele lá, porque meu irmão aí é foda.
Ó, então. Esse contrato quando tu fez aqui na arena, né?
É, numa arena.
É teu aqui, esse contrato, é do Felipe.
É meu, pô. Só que o Felipe que deu pra fora aí, porque era bom ter dois campos, porque o outro menino ele não vai ter repertório pra tocar, entendeu?
Ah, é aquele
jogo.
cara aqui, é?
Uhum.
Mas é bom. Vai pegar comigo, mostro pra você. Ah, então seja, pô. Tu liga sábado agora, né?
Isso.
A hora. Não é pra aquele cara, pô, que tá chamando aquele vídeo. Né?
É o Rafael.
É, Rafael, sim. Então ficha, vai precisar de quem? Vai precisar de material de foto?
É o tecladista. Manda a foto pra mim aí. Tu vai levar quem?
É o que me acompanha agora.
Quem é o cara?
Heloísio, toca bacana.
Beleza.
Mas você vai mandar foto? Diz aí.
Manda aí.
Manda o material se tu tiver pronto.
Beleza.
Let's go, baby. Porra, bicho. Tá foda essa.
Bora.
Porra dessa atualização, mano.
Fala não, viu, mano?
Sobreviva pra remobilizar colegas caídos. Mate pra fazer isso.
Bora F de Black.
Black do Black. Bora, fazer aquele loadout rápido.
Então cai no azul que tu vai ganhar o loadout.
Reforçando blindagem.
Peraí.
Recarregando. Granada inimiga.
E agora? Okay.
Pera aí, moço. Pera aí mesmo. 3 do lado. Pera aí, pô. 3 do lado e eu no final. Pera aí, não mexe aí não. Fica quietinho aí vocês aí. Esse aqui, ó.
Nossa. Escondido, né?
Prepara pra remobilizar.
Simbora.
Pela uma hora da manhã. Hora da manhã, tá?
Reforçando blindagem.
Operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar ele.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Ataque com napalm espera.
Atenção. Ainda tem companheiros
Bora.
fora da zona segura.
Eu peguei um negócio aqui, tipo um isqueiro, sei lá que tá aí. Um galão, pratas de combustível.
Parece ter um do argentino.
Que porra é
fazer
essa?
loadout, hein, mano?
Acho que começou algum evento aí, ó.
Começou a fazer agora, o evento começou agora.
E aí, Rafael? Rapaz, eu falei com outro cantor aqui que toca numa... Eu tocava com ele também. O Jaderson Luiz. Pois é.
E aí?
Eu falei com ele.
Ele vem?
Vem.
Aí vai ser Anderson e tu, né? Vai tocar?
Vou.
Ah, então fechou.
Pô, eu tô aqui numa lojinha.
Então fechou.
Beleza.
Deixa eu te perguntar uma coisa. Tu sabe quantas apresentações tu atestado?
Duas.
Depois você disse que ele ia pra ver se ela te libera sábado, ó. E ver se Ramon vai, né? Que ele sempre vai, mas só pra confirmar.
Sim.
Uma mandar uma mensagem pra ela confirmar a linha com o Raul. Raul nada impede, nada. Eu vou falar com ela pra me liberar que eu vou fazer uma viagem. Era pra ter, na verdade. E aí vai ser 11 horas da noite. E tem mais essa festa aqui, que tá terminando 11 horas. Vou conversar com ela, se ela autorizar. Mas tá ficha, tá certeza, né?
Tá frio.
Ah, então beleza, fiquei mais tranquilo. Valeu, meu irmão, obrigado aí.
Da hora.
Valeu.
Chegando. Alvo abatido, marcando o
Caraca, cadê nós?
Boa baixa, marcando o resto dele. Boa carregando. Marquei os outros operadores do esquadrão. Vai pegar ele. Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático.
Uma loja aqui próxima. Comprar um gancho.
Pô, tem um loadout maneirinho aqui, ó. Já fizeram loadout já, galera?
Ainda não.
Aí marcado aí.
Ah, pô.
Olha, eu tô
marcado aí,
nessa
parceiro.
porra.
Tem 2 loadouts aí marcados aí.
Pega até agora.
Cadê o colega aí? Parou de gritar no telefone aí, pelo amor de Deus, mano.
Inimigo chegando na AO. Marquei os outros operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar eles.
Joguei esse loadout aqui em cima aqui pra nós.
Boa.
Olha que desgraçado.
Vai onde?
Tá onde, velho?
Soldado inimigo chegando.
Cara aqui, ó.
Recarregando.
Ó, tem um cara me atirando aqui, hein?
Preciso de um ataque de napalm na minha marca. Liquidação ativa. Preço da estação de compra reduzido.
Porra, miserável.
Faltam 10. Continua. Napalm disparado. Refém saindo. Boa baixa. Marcando o resto.
Ai, careta.
Presta atenção e atira.
É isso aí, caralho.
Inimigo chegando na AO. Todo suado, babaca. Reforçando blindagem. A ressurgência tá acabando. Olho aberto. Hoje não. Seu colega viu um alvo de alto valor. Vamos atrás dele. Frente aqui. Marquei os outros operadores. Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto dele.
Ai, caralho.
Pra zona segura. Gás se aproximando. Solicitando missão de Vante.
Vante pronto para mobilização.
Descendo na área. Olho no céu. Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático.
Nossa, o cara.
Ali, play ali, ó.
Dá pra salvar eu.
A liquidação acabou. Os preços voltaram ao normal.
Acabou o tempo da missão. Vante saindo da área.
Tô trocando pente. Reforçando blindagem.
Ajuda aqui, pô, aqui. Porra, mano. Não dá pra contar não, velho. Você tá doido.
Nossa.
Os alvos da caçada foram pra cova. Bom demais. Atenção. Atenção, a resistência não tá mais ativa. É agora.
Os caras tudo embaixo aí, ó.
Bora fazer o loadout aqui, cara. Que já era já isso aí. Caralho, mano.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Porra. Tem caixa de munição, tem caixa de
Bora fazer
munição.
loadout. Bora aqui fazer loadout aqui, ó.
Bora aqui, ó. Cadê você?
Chega aqui. Aqui, eu tô aqui já na loja. Na loja aqui, pessoal, aqui embaixo.
Vão pra zona segura.
Cadê? Marca de novo. Tá lá embaixo.
Tá marcada no mapa aí, ó. É embaixo. Vem, Rosa. Compra só solto da vídeo. Compra. Joga pra lá, pra dentro da safe.
Ah, demora.
Moço.
Ai,
Soltei sem querer, viado.
Me escolhe aqui, ó.
Puta que pariu, mano. Olha, mano. Vai se fuder, mano.
Esquadrões ativos na AO.
Reforçando blindagem. Preciso de um médico.
Caralho, mané. Tem alguma loja aí? Marca a loja aí.
Precisa arrumar uma loja, rapaziada. Aonde?
Aí, ó, nossa frente.
Tá marcado aí mesmo a loja, tá aí, ó. Vai, rápido.
Caralho.
Compra o logout aí também aí, ó. O menino aí, ó. Compra outro logout. Tá com dinheiro e muito aí. Comprou o logout?
Agora é top 3, não baixa a guarda. Tem 3
Reforçando blindagem.
Olho aberto. Objetivo primário.
Cara aí, caralho. O cara subindo aí, ó.
Ó, o cara entrou lá.
Boa.
Mano, essa dozona é neurótica demais. Você comeu ele na bala, maluco. Olha. Nem viu, maluco.
Boa, fiz um número bom.
Bora.
Achou que eu tava brincando?
Foi boa. Aquele nada. Vamos pra ganhar partida boa, rapaz. Que quiser. Nós estamos pior. Body. Minha mão doeu, viu, velho? Sério mesmo. Eu acho que vai dar bom. Olha aí. Achou no banheiro ali.
Todas as estações. A nossa mobilização foi autorizada. Ressurgência! Não morra e mantenha.
Sobreviva para o seu time poder remobilizar. Elimine alvos para trazer eles mais rápido. Tem um tipo de esquerda na área. Olho no céu. Tocando no peito. Boa, baita. Batendo o resto. Papel no mapa. Vamos fazer nada.
Estão atirando!
Vamos vocês.
Soldado inimigo chegando.
Mobilização de CA.
Todo mundo. Tem reforço chegando na área. Você tá voltando pra luta. Aproveita essa câmera.
Bora.
Inimigo chegando na área.
Tem um inimigo descendo na área. Olho no céu.
Deixa legal. Vai pegar ele. Tem um esquadrão na zona de segurança.
Você tá perdendo terreno. Agiliza. Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático pra achar o resto. Vai pegar ele.
Soldado inimigo pegando.
No ar. Recarregando.
Seu companheiro tá de volta.
Seu companheiro tá de volta na luta. Bom trabalho.
Rapaz, você sai de problema. Vai do problema.
Alvo abatido, marcando o resto dele.
Tem uma porta de armamento chegando.
Boa baita, marcando o resto desse esquadrão no mapa.
Gente, eu vou fazer maldade. Não esquece. Oh meu Deus, pra que eu fui subir na escada? Você virou engenheiro? E o meme me atrapalha.
Boa baita, fazendo certo desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada.
Estão atirando. Recarregando.
Marquei os outros operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar eles.
Inimigo eliminado. Vamos tomar vantagem para tratar o resto deles. Vou abater. Apenas resto deles. Boa baita. Marcando o resto
Boa baixa.
Seu colega saiu da luta. Seu tempo pra
O colega do esquadrão matou. Você vai reopitar mais rápido.
chegando na sua área.
Ainda tem você fora da zona segura. Vai correr seu operador. Vai pegar ele.
Esquadrões ativos na área.
Reforçando blindagem. Trocando de pente aqui.
Tem um inimigo dentro da área.
Saída confirmada. Já tem o resto dele.
Levanta. Eu não ganho por hora.
Usando o mandado. Tem um inimigo cercando na área. Olho no hotel. A liquidação está ativa. Preço da estação de compra ajustado. A colega.
Nossa, dei mole.
Pra ajudar a tirar o freio pela cabeça dele.
Tem que quase acabando. Vai fazer a pena. Tem reforço no centro da área. Você vai se liberar. Vai ficar.
Vão pra zona segura.
Vão pra zona segura.
Caça a caminho.
Tem coisa pra pegar aqui.
A liquidação acabou. Ajustando o preço. Inimigo chegando na...
Quase que já era pra mim.
Você protegeu seu aliado de
Ah, tem dois aqui, mano.
Vai pegar ele. Agora é o colega tá removido. Hora da vingança. Você vai remobilizar. O contrato falhou. Equipo deles. Te ajudando. Tô tomando tiro. Ainda tem 5 Ainda tem gente do seu esquadrão. Leve esse esquadrão pra zona segura. Ninguém pode ficar para trás. Tem 3 esquadrões ativos. Olho aberto. Você era um dos últimos.
Tá. Né? Já... Ô, tiro linda. É, ó. Vamos testar. Não, não, não. Um, dois, três, quatro. Aí ela fica cochilando que louco. Rapaz. Tantananana.
Checa suas armas e equipamentos. A gente vai mobilizar logo logo.
Bora. Salve, tropinha. Vambora.
Todas as estações, sinal verde. Mobilizem e mostrem quem manda.
É, rapaziada.
E aí, meu mano.
Vou pegar o cartão de especialista.
Vambora.
Ressurgência. Sobreviva para o seu time poder remobilizar. Elimine alvos para trazer eles mais rápido.
Bora.
Já tem gente caindo.
Reforçando blindagem.
Não, tem um cara aqui embaixo.
Pegou o cartão?
Não vai dar pra descer agora, ele tá lá embaixo. Bora todo mundo junto, vai. Bora, descer aqui embaixo. Quem, rapaziada?
Ai,
Tamo
comigo.
junto.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Matou ele, alguém? Ah, ele pegou o cartão. Já pegou o cartão ele. Bora lá pro forte, bora pro forte. Aí, esse daí que tá com o cartão, tenta matar ele.
Vem comigo, vem comigo.
Ai, se fudeu, otário. Se fudeu. Não olha pra trás não, que tu se enterra. Aqui, ele, peguei o cartão aqui, peguei o cartão.
Bora.
Tá, que agora essa pistola... Ô, quem tá caindo já vai lá pro forte, se ele estiver caindo. Já vai pro
Vem pro
forte.
forte.
Beleza, tô chegando aí. Chega aí uns 20 segundos. Não, eu acho que nem vou chegar aí, que eles estão me atirando. Sai daí, rapaz. Sai daí, seu bote. Sai parar, filho. Achando que você vai me matar, é?
Seu companheiro tá de volta na luta. Bom trabalho.
Tchau, seu lixo. Tchau. Vocês já estão aí?
Tá, estamos aqui no forte já.
Ainda tem companheiros fora da zona segura.
Cheguei aqui agora.
Boa baixa. Bateu o resto desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada.
Reforçando blindagem.
Ele vai cair aqui, que ele ficou puto. Ó, peguei aqui especialista.
Tem uma caixa de armamento chegando.
Aqui, ó, especialista aqui, ó, pra quem não tem.
Então vamos chegar ainda.
Aqui os outros operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar ele.
Peguei o meu.
Falei que esse carinha tá aqui.
Vamos aí, amigo. Ai!
Meu filho, você não desiste, não.
Usa o mapa tático pra achar o resto dele.
Olha, Panel. Ai. Para,
Alvo abatido, marcando o resto dele.
Tô trocando pente.
Atenção, operadores. Ponto marcado. Arma confidencial tá prestes a entrar na área. Olho no céu.
Recarregando.
Vou salvar o cara aqui, ó. Para comigo.
Boa baixa. Marcando o resto desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada. Tem um inimigo na área. Olho no céu. As armas confidenciais estão na zona de combate. Assegura uma delas pronta de vantagem.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Vai pegar ele. Um colega de esquadrão tem uma arma confidencial. Protege ele pra aproveitar o máximo.
Vai a blindagem.
Vamos.
esquadrão pra zona segura. Ninguém pode ficar para trás. Estação de compras desprotegida detectada.
Tô trocando pente.
Soldado inimigo chegando.
Vamos pra lá. Recarregando.
Mexe.
Seu colega tá remobilizando. Muito bem. Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto deles.
Caralho, mano, tá dando uma chave.
Inimigo chegando na AO.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Marquei os outros operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar eles. Liquidação ativa. Preços da estação de compra reduzidos. Agora só faltam 10. Bora vencer essa. Tem 10 esquadrões.
Tô atirando.
Seu colega tá remobilizando. Muito bem.
Recarregando.
Estação de compras vulnerável fechada. O contrato falhou.
Para com essa merda.
Mostrou na área. Tem um inimigo descendo na área. Olho no céu. Alvo da caçada identificado. Fogo liberado. Gás de movimento.
Trocando pente.
Seu companheiro tá de volta.
Um gramado meio potinho aí, ó. Tem a outra dentro do barraco. Vou voltar lá.
Último sobrevivente. Aí, eu posso te ajudar.
Desgraça. Tá? Doideira, tô vendo assim, lá.
Tá de volta. Vai lá
Aí,
quebrar tudo.
eu posso te ajudar.
Reforços chegando na área. A ressurgência já era. Tem mais segunda chance. Seu colega tá remobilizando. Muito bem.
Reforçando blindagem. Me acertaram. Recarregando. Reforçando blindagem. Mobilizando Vante na área.
Ainda tem gente do seu esquadrão fora da zona segura. Todos os alvos da caçada já eram. Boa.
Tô trocando pente.
Soldado inimigo chegando. Seu esquadrão tá no top 5.
Reforçando
Ainda tem
blindagem.
5 esquadrões ativos na AO.
Ela tá bom.
Vão até a zona segura. Você tá perdendo terreno. Agiliza.
Deu uma ligação.
Estão atirando.
Acho que agora para de trava.
Cá chegando na sua. Me acertaram. Tem 3 esquadrões ativos. Olho aberto. Só ficaram 5.
Lag free que tá rodando. Como aí, mano? Vou iniciar meu jogo. Atualização tá osso. Um lag feio. Tá, tá, louco. Putz, putz. Rapaz. Isso, alcance de janelas das praias. There's 92. Nossa, até a cadeira é mais médio, né? There's 136. Engraçado. O que eu fiz? Vai pegar uns try na não. Vou jogar uma segunda. Como é que fica? Sacadear um pouco. Deixa eu ver essa arma aqui. Eu até esqueci, acho que ela é aquela chatinha, né? Rá. Chatinha, né? Fórum, eu acho. Fez uma shutdown. Bora.
Soldado inimigo chegando. Pega suas armas e equipamento. Você vai mobilizar.
Bora. Ai, canseiro.
Chega de preparação. É hora de mobilizar e lutar pra valer. Ressurgência. Não morra e mantenha seu time na luta. Tem um inimigo descendo na área. Olho no céu.
Trocando de pente aqui.
Drone de precisão no aguardo. Escaneando.
Faltam 10. Só mais um pouco.
Bora.
Na área. Marcando o resto desse esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada. Os operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar eles. Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto deles. Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático para achar o resto deles.
Oxe.
Entrega de armamento aliada a caminho. Seu colega está remobilizando. Muito bem. Seu esquadrão entrou na zona segura. Já chegando na sua área. Inimigo chegando na área.
Tô trocando pente.
Inimigo marcado. Marcando o inimigo. Alvo abatido. Marcando o resto dele.
Reforçando blindagem.
Boa baixa. Marcando
Trocando de
o resto
pente
desse
aqui.
esquadrão no mapa. Boa caçada. Marquei os outros operadores desse esquadrão. Vai pegar eles. Atenção, trave de Juggernaut ao caminho.
Tô trocando pente.
Baixa confirmada. Já achei o resto deles. Inimigo eliminado. Usa o mapa tático para achar o resto deles.
Ai, pai, para.
Descendo na área. Olho no céu.
Utilizando um drone de precisão aqui. Trocando pente aqui.
Esquadrão inteiro tá na zona segura. Gás se movendo. Alvos da caçada marcados. Mata todos eles.
O que ele fez isso, né?
Inimigo chegando na AO. Os alvos da caçada foram pra cova. Bom demais.
Tô trocando pente.
Alvo abatido. Marcando o resto deles. Soldado inimigo chegando.
Reforçando blindagem.
Tem reforços chegando na área.
Com ele.
Tá voltando pra luta. Aproveite essa chance.
Tem coisa pra pegar aqui.
Se prepara. A janela de ressurgência vai fechar.
Autorizando missão de Vande. Me acertaram!
Seu esquadrão tá na zona segura. Gás a caminho.
Recarregando.
Estação de compras vulnerável marcada.
Reforçando blindagem.
Vá antes do tempo acabar para receber um item com desconto.
Acabou o tempo da missão. Vante saindo da área.
A liquidação acabou. Os preços voltaram ao normal. Ressurgência desativada.
Passa pra cá,
Agora é
Bruno.
tudo ou nada. Caixa de suprimentos reabastecida. Se equipa.
Tô trocando pente.
Inimigo chegando na AO.
Tá lá embaixo.
Atirador inimigo aqui. Levem seu esquadrão pra zona segura. Ninguém pode ficar para trás.
Recarregando.
O contato falhou. Tem que ser mais rápido, soldado.
Vai aqui, ó.
Ponto marcado.
Alvos definidos. Ao trabalho. Faltam
Vamos pra
4.
lá.
Ainda tem 5 esquadrões ativos na AO. Agora é top 3, não vai
Ponto
chacoalhar.
marcado.
Tem 3 esquadrões ativos. Olho aberto. Vão até a zona de... Você tá perdendo defesa.
Tô trocando pente. Vamos pra lá.
Acho que tem um ataque aéreo.
Reforçando blindagem.
A zona segura fica bem longe daí. Vão pra lá antes de começar.
Bate geral, viado. Vai, vai.
Otário, tá...
Ah, tem um aqui, ó, filha da puta.
Reforçando blindagem. Quase que já era.
Ah, vai gancho, porra. Valeu, caralho.
O inimigo levou essa, mas a gente vai se vingar.
Ai, caralho.